the alleged violations, and they've also asked in a notice as to why the land which has been allotted to him and the facilities provided should not be cancelled. Let's listen in to these reactions also coming in.
स्वामी जी, यात्रा आपकी चल रही है दूसरे नोटिस के बावजूद, सभी भक्तों में काफी उल्लास भी है, क्या कुछ कहेंगे?
देखिए, बात यह है कि गौ माता की रक्षा का जो कार्य अपने हाथ में लिया है उसको कैसे छोड़ा जा सकता है। तो यहाँ पर जो गौ माता की प्रतिष्ठा के लिए प्रेरणा यात्रा हमारी आरंभ हुई है, मौनी अमावस्या के पहले से ही उसको हम जारी रखे हुए हैं।
लेकिन स्वामी जी, दूसरा जो नोटिस उसमें कहा गया है कि आपकी भूमि का आवंटन रद्द किया जा सकता है, आपको जो सुविधाएं दी जा रही हैं वो रद्द किया जा सकता है, मेला क्षेत्र से आपको प्रतिबंधित किया जा सकता है, क्या इस पर रिएक्शन होगा आपका?
भाई, जो उन्होंने दिया है ले लें, खुशी की बात है, लेकिन बताना पड़ेगा उनको, जनता को भी स्पष्ट करना पड़ेगा कि किस कारण से दिया था कि अब ले रहे हैं। आखिर देते समय अकल कहीं घास चरने गई थी, उस समय क्यों ध्यान नहीं था? अब कौन सा ध्यान ऐसा विशेष आ गया, सपना आ गया कि अब आपको वापस लेना पड़ रहा है? ये तो बताना पड़ेगा ना, जस्टिफाई करना पड़ेगा कि मेरा पहला निर्णय गलत था कि बाद वाला निर्णय गलत है। इसको उनको स्पष्ट करना पड़ेगा। आखिर उनका कोई एक निर्णय, दो विरुद्ध निर्णय ले रहे हैं, एक निर्णय गलत सिद्ध हो जाएगा, तो आखिर वो गलत निर्णय क्यों लिया था उन्होंने, ये तो उनको सिद्ध करना पड़ेगा।
लेकिन स्वामी जी, जो राजनीतिकरण के आरोप लग रहे हैं कि कई बीजेपी के कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं आप कांग्रेस से मिले हुए इसलिए इस तरह की बयानबाजी कर रहे हैं, इसीलिए सब नोटिस आ रहा है, इस पर क्या कहेंगे महाराज?
हम तो सनातन के आचार्य हैं और सनातन का आचार्य अपनी बात अपने धर्म के अनुसार कहता है, जिसके पक्ष में हो, जिसके विपक्ष में हो। जहाँ तक हिंदुओं की बात है, हिंदू जो है भाजपा में भी है, कांग्रेस में भी है, सपा में, बसपा में भी है, तो हम तो हिंदू के आचार्य हैं ना। हमारा तो सब जगह अनुयायी हमारे हर पार्टी में है। इससे क्या लेना देना है कि कौन किस पार्टी का है? हम किसी पार्टी के नहीं हैं और हम सनातन धर्म के हैं।
लेकिन जो बात कही जा रही है कि आप श्रद्धा करिए कि आप शंकराचार्य हैं, कई सारे जो देखिए आपने जिक्र किया कि चारों दिशाओं में आपके शंकराचार्य हैं, उसमें से भी कई लोग देखिए आपके पक्ष में नहीं हैं, इस पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
4 शंकराचार्य इस देश में हैं, एक हम हैं ज्योतिष पीठ के शंकराचार्य, बाकी 3 पीठ के शंकराचार्य हैं। तीनों पीठों के शंकराचार्यों ने हमारे बारे में कोई कहा हो कि ये शंकराचार्य नहीं है तो बताइए।
महाराज जी, जो आपने एक बात कही कि जब तक वचन नहीं मिलेगा आप तब तक आश्रम में आप नहीं जाएंगे, क्या वचन आपको चाहिए सीएम योगी से?
हमें कोई वचन नहीं चाहिए। सनातन धर्म के लोगों का जो असम्मान यहाँ पर किया गया है उसको रिस्टोर करो, यही हमारा कहना है।
Viewers, now we are going to show you some videos. In the first video, you can see him arguing with the police. Take a look.
कारण बताइए हमको कारण बताइए।
कोई भी नई परंपरा के लिए अनुमति देनी,
नई परंपरा नहीं है, पहले से हमारी परिक्रमा होती रही है, उसके प्रमाण है हमारे पास।
कोई अनुमति नहीं है जो
नहीं, आप कह रहे हैं नई परंपरा नहीं है, ये परंपरा हमारी बहुत पुरानी है।
वो चीज आप कोर्ट में दीजिएगा, वो बात आप कोर्ट में रखिएगा।
नहीं, आप कह रहे हैं ना कि नई परंपरा, तो आप किस आधार पर ये कह रहे हैं?
वहाँ पे कोई अभी नहीं होती ना।
क्यों नहीं होती है? रोज होती है, वहाँ रोज परिक्रमा करते हैं सनातन धर्म में।
Another video coming in. This is a second video where he's warned of breaching the barricades.
रोकिए, वो बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ रहे हैं आपके लोग, 2 नंबर की बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ चुके हैं, बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ रहे हैं। आप अपने लोगों को रोकिए, रिक्वेस्ट है, आप अपने लोगों को रोकिए, वहाँ वो बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ रहे हैं। भेष में होकर के पुलिस के साथ प्लीज अराजकता ना करें, इतना रिक्वेस्ट है आप लोगों से, सभी से, प्लीज 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 आपसे निवेदन है, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज आप न करें।
And we was in the next video. He's seen dialing Akhilesh Yadav when he speaks of fighting a solo battle.
नारायण, कैसे हैं आप? अब देखिए, अब हम तो अपना लड़ रहे हैं, अपनी लड़ाई अभिमन्यु की तरह चक्रव्यूह में लड़ रहे हैं। देखिए, जब कोई बच्चा हिंदू घर में पैदा होता है, हिंदू माँ बाप से, जन्मते ही उसका गंगा यमुना में स्नान करने का जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार हो जाता है। उससे उसको वंचित नहीं किया जा सकता। इन्होंने हमको संगम स्नान से वंचित कर दिया। कितना बड़ा संवैधानिक जो है इन्होंने प्रश्न खड़ा किया है कि क्या किसी हिंदू बच्चे को आप स्नान से वंचित कर सकते हो? कर दिया इन्होंने। हाँ जी जी, सही है।
आप देखिए बनारस में तोड़ दिया, आपसे अच्छा कौन नहीं जानता इस साल कितने मंदिर तोड़े इन्होंने, कितनी।
हाँ सही है, सही है, सही है।
आप तो आगे हैं, आप सब जान। और देखिए फिर खबर बदल थी कि कोई नहीं तोड़ा, कुछ नहीं तोड़ा,
सारा तोड़ दिया इन्होंने। 150 मंदिर हमारे तोड़ दिए हैं और अभी भी तोड़ते चले जा रहे हैं।
और कईयों पे तो अवशेष रखे हुए।
Coming in, viewers, a fresh tussle between the Karnataka governor and the Congress government. It is the government versus governor in Karnataka which has blown out and escalated. There is a huge tension that can be witnessed in the Karnataka Assembly as the fresh tussle has broken out between Karnataka government and, I beg your pardon, between the Karnataka governor and the Congress government in Karnataka. And these are the visuals coming in of the assembly. Earlier also, we showed you how there has been an entire moment of crisis that has been grown inside the assembly. And we continue to stay with these visuals on your screens as the governor has walked out of the Vidhana Soda. Abhishek, my colleague, joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, what exactly has happened? The governor has walked out of the assembly. Abhishek, are you there with us? Okay, looks like we have some audio glitch there with my colleague Abhishek. We will try and get him back. But for now, what we are given to understand that the governor has walked out of the Karnataka Assembly of the Vidhana Soda, where fresh tussle broke out between the Congress government and, of course, the governor. There's a high drama in the Karnataka Legislative Assembly, which is already seen with the governor now walking out without reading the speech. He has left the assembly without reading his speech. That is when the entire escalation broke out. We can see there the leaders of the Congress government in the visuals coming in. We will also try and understand what has led to this entire escalation at the assembly of this high voltage drama in Karnataka. We will quickly try and get my colleague to give us more details. All right, Niranjan is joining us on the phone line. Niranjan, over to you.
Well, there's been a face-off in the state of Karnataka with the Congress government there having several issues with the speech that was to be made by the governor. And you saw the pictures of the governor simply walking out of the assembly without completing that speech. These are live pictures coming in. And the Congress government basically has had several issues with the speech and mentions of the Ramji bill specifically. Because they had raised questions when the decided to, rename the bill to G-Ramji, and the Karnataka governor refused to basically read the government drafted speech. So this is the full controversy. Ahead of the joint session, the Karnataka governor, Thawarchand Gehlot, refused to read the government drafted speech. And this similar confrontation that took place in Tamil Nadu when Governor Ravi there walked out of the assembly without reading his speech, while his Kerala counterpart Rajendra Vishwanath Arlekar also was accused of skipping certain parts that were critical of the union government. The governor basically refused to read portions that were drafted by the Congress government. And he was to give this, speech at the joint session of the legislature. And some of the parts of the speech contained criticism of the government, the central government, the Modi administration, basically. And he refused to do that. A similar thing that happened in Tamil Nadu as well, when Ravi walked out of the assembly without reading the speech. R.N. Ravi, the governor of Tamil Nadu. His Kerala counterpart, Arlekar, also was accused by the left government. So it's turning out to be a governors versus government face-off in different states, in mostly opposition-ruled states. And the first pictures that are coming in of him walking out, a dramatic confrontation there. It appears that some of the Congress leaders also tried to raise slogans against him while he was walking out. So it is a face-off similar to what we saw in the state of Tamil Nadu, now happening in Karnataka. Back to you for now.
That's right. That's right. As we continue to stay with these visuals coming in from the Vidhan Sauda, Niranjan, also help us understand what happens next. Does this stalemate continue, or are we going to see any movement forward?
Well, as far as this particular controversy goes, the governor had made it clear. In fact, all of yesterday, the governor had made it very clear that he had certain objections with the edits that were made, and then he had refused to read the government drafted speech. So this we knew yesterday itself, and in each opposition ruled state, the state governments have had issues with the governor claiming interference, etc. But in this particular case, in all three states,
ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ 176 163 ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ. ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರು ಓದಾಗಿಲ್ಲ.
The governor is not allowed to read out the speech which he has prepared for himself.
ಸರ್ಕಾರದ
The speech which has been prepared by the cabinet of ministers will have to be read by the governor.
ಓದಲೇಬೇಕು.
It is a mandation that he will have to read that.
ಇವತ್ತು ಜಂಟಿ ಅಧಿವೇಶನ ಕರೆಯಲಾಗಿದೆ.
Today a joint assembly had been called for because this is the first assembly of the new year. This is the first joint session.
ಕಾರಣ ಯಾಕಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಭರವಸೆ ಯೋಜನೆ ಅದನ್ನು ರದ್ದು ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ರಿಪೀಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ
The union government has repealed the name of Mahatma Gandhi.
G. Ramji.
Siddharama is saying that union government has taken out the name of Mahatma Gandhi and has introduced the name of VBG Ramji.
ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ತೀವ್ರ ವಿರೋಧ ಇದೆ.
Our government is condemning the move of the union government.
ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರ ಹೆಸರನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಹಾಕಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು.
First reason being the removal of Mahatma Gandhi's name from
20 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ
the Yojan.
2005
Secondly,
ಮನಮೋಹನ್ ಸಿಂಗ್
in 2005, when Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister then,
ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ಸ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ನಿರ್ದೇಶನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರೈಟ್ ಟು ವರ್ಕ್.
it also mentioned about the right to work in the directive principles.
ರೈಟ್ ಟು ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್, ರೈಟ್ ಟು ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್, ಈ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಗಳನ್ನ ತಂದಿದ್ರು.
In brought right to education, right to information rule back then.
ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬಡ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರಿಗೆ
The main reason for him bringing this
100 ದಿನಗಳ ಕಾಲ
rule
ಕನಿಷ್ಠ
was for the benefit of people of the rural
ಉದ್ಯೋಗವನ್ನ
persons.
ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ
He wanted to give employment to the rural people for at least 100 days.
ದಲಿತರು, ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರು ಮತ್ತು ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು,
Gig
ಸಣ್ಣ
workers,
ರೈತರು
women and people of backward classes are taking the benefit of this
ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ
particular yojana.
ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ 53% ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Around 50% of women are taking the benefit of this.
ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಖಾತ್ರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಕೇಳಿದ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರ ಊರಿನಲ್ಲೇ ಅಥವಾ ಅವ್ರ ಜಮೀನುಗಳಲ್ಲೇ, ಸಣ್ಣ ರೈತರಾದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಜಮೀನುಗಳಲ್ಲೇ
These people never knew that if they would get a job.
ಇದನ್ನ
The act brought into force that they could have worked in their own fields and in various other smaller parts. This has been stopped in the VBG Ramji Act. Now the union government will have to decide the place of work of these people will be decided by the union government as per the new act. It is not the decision of the farmers or the women, but it is the decision of the union government. The previous rule, 365 days, people could work wherever they wanted.
ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಆಯಾ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಗಳು, ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಗಳು, ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭೆಗಳು.
All right, viewers, let's leave out those developments from Karnataka. We will be back on it. But more news and updates coming in. US President Donald Trump said that United States were stupid to give Greenland back to Denmark after defending it during World War II. And because of such historic miscalculation, the world now faces the greatest risk it has ever faced. This comes amid the backdrop of the Trump administration's stern push to acquire the Arctic territory, claiming it as an important part for its national security. Watch this report.
We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force. So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. I think they found that out 2 weeks ago in Venezuela. And all we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where if there is a war, much of the action will take place on that piece of ice. Think of it. Those missiles would be flying right over the center of that piece of ice. And I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired. There's nothing wrong with it. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. And I've been a critic of NATO for many years. And yet I've done more to help NATO than any other president by far, than any other person. You wouldn't have NATO if I didn't get involved.
On the live report, 3 agenda-setting stories. First up, even America confirms that there were technical issues with the Boeing 787, the plane that went down in Ahmedabad in June 2025. So why is India then going after the pilots? We have the notice that was sent to Shankaracharya, self-styled Shankaracharya, who could now face a lifetime ban. Yogi government versus Avi Mukteshwaranand, coming up at 12 p.m. And finally, the 13 questions that were asked to Priya Sachdev. Watch that full sequence on Republic, 12 p.m.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to look.
Setting stories. First up, even America confirms that there were technical issues with the Boeing 787, the plane that went down in Ahmedabad in June 2025. So why is India then going after the pilots? We have the notice that was sent to Shankaracharya, self-styled Shankaracharya, who could now face a lifetime ban. Yogi government versus Avi Mukteshwaranand, coming up at 12 p.m. And finally, the 13 questions that were asked to Priya Sachdev. Watch that full sequence on Republic, 12 p.m.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV, and this is Shivam Dutt Mehta. And top focus will be Shankaracharya. Now, the Mela administration has issued once again another notice. This is the second notice to the massively controversial self-styled godman, that is of Vimukteshwar Anand, seeking an explanation over alleged violations and also asking why the land allotted to him and the facilities provided should not be cancelled. We'll get you all the details on the story and a lot more. But first up, the headlines. Donald Trump takes big U-turn, rolls back tariffs imposed on NATO countries, says framework ready for future deal on Greenland.
And yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that? It's a good way of looking at it. They're smart. China's very smart. They make them, they sell them for a fortune. They sell them to the stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves.
Donald Trump at his Davos speech abuses Europe, says stupid people buy windmill. Trump calls PM Modi fantastic leader at Davos, says we are going to have a good deal. And also, it's election season in Tamil Nadu. Union Minister Piyush Goyal meets AIADMK Chief EPS, says Tamil Nadu will witness change under NDA.
There are allegations of conspiracy. Anything you want to say about it? Rani Kapoor is calling to dissolve the family trust. Do you have to say anything on it? Priya, any response?
Sanjay Kapoor's mother, Rani Kapoor, moves the Delhi High Court against daughter-in-law Priya Sachdev. Republic questions Priya, but she remains silent. And also, high-voltage drama in Karnataka Vidhan Sabha. Governor Thawar Chand Gehlot walks out of assembly without making the customary speech. Well, it appears we're getting a big breaking news right now at this moment. This is a breaking development coming in on the Shankaracharya, a controversy. Now, the Mela administration has yet again issued a second notice to massively controversial self-styled godman, that is Vimukteshwar Anand, seeking an explanation over alleged violations and asking why the land allotted to him and the facilities provided should not be cancelled. The notice also questions why he should not be banned from the Mela area and prohibited from entering the venue in the future. So this is the second notice. The first notice was about the use of the title of Shankaracharya by Vimukteshwar Anand, and he has also levelled his arguments in defence, while this second notice is also from the Mela administration, where they are asking why the land allotted to him and the facilities provided should not be cancelled. All right, graphics on your screen. These are the arguments of Shankaracharya also, where he alleges there are already two Shankaracharyas from Puri in the same location. He is questioning the conduct of Magh Mela authorities. He alleges that two Shankaracharyas from Puri were permitted, then why not me? He also has sent a legal notice. He has also sent a notice to the government. Now, as per the notice, The notice claims that the religious feelings of followers are hurt because he was stopped there in the Mela. And he also claims, Shankaracharya, Avimukteshwaranand, claims that it's an interference as matter is pending before Supreme Court. The same argument was given by the Mela authorities that if the matter is pending in the Supreme Court, how can he use the title of Shankaracharya? While he says that the whole action amounts to defaming Shankaracharya. All right, so Avimukteshwaranand, Shankaracharya Avimukteshwaranand spoke exclusively to Republic. Let's listen in.
स्वामी जी, यात्रा आपकी चल रही है दूसरे नोटिस के बावजूद, सभी भक्तों में काफी उल्लास भी है, क्या कुछ कहेंगे?
देखिए, बात यह है कि गौ माता की रक्षा का जो कार्य अपने हाथ में लिया है उसको कैसे छोड़ा जा सकता है। तो यहाँ पर जो गौ माता की प्रतिष्ठा के लिए प्रेरणा यात्रा हमारी आरंभ हुई है मौनी अमावस्या के पहले से ही, उसको हम जारी रखे हुए हैं।
लेकिन स्वामी जी, दूसरा जो नोटिस उसमें कहा गया है कि आपकी भूमि का आवंटन रद्द किया जा सकता है, आपको जो सुविधाएं दी जा रही हैं वो रद्द किया जा सकता है, मेले क्षेत्र से आपको प्रतिबंधित किया जा सकता है, क्या इस पर रिएक्शन होगा आपका?
भाई, जो उन्होंने दिया है ले लें, खुशी की बात है, लेकिन बताना पड़ेगा उनको, जनता को भी स्पष्ट करना पड़ेगा कि किस कारण से दिया था कि अब ले रहे हैं। आखिर देते समय अकल कहीं घास चरने गई थी, उस समय क्यों ध्यान नहीं था? अब कौन सा ध्यान ऐसा विशेष आ गया, सपना आ गया कि अब आपको वापस लेना पड़ रहा है? ये तो बताना पड़ेगा ना, जस्टिफाई करना पड़ेगा कि मेरा पहला निर्णय गलत था कि बाद वाला निर्णय गलत है। इसको उनको स्पष्ट करना पड़ेगा। आखिर उनका कोई एक निर्णय, दो विरुद्ध निर्णय ले रहे हैं, एक निर्णय गलत सिद्ध हो जाएगा, तो आखिर वो गलत निर्णय क्यों लिया था उन्होंने, ये तो उनको सिद्ध करना पड़ेगा।
लेकिन स्वामी जी, जो राजनीतिकरण के आरोप लग रहे हैं कि बीजेपी के कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं आप कांग्रेस से मिले हुए इसलिए इस तरह की बयानबाजी कर रहे हैं, इसीलिए सब नोटिस आ रहा है, इस पर क्या कहेंगे महाराज?
हम तो सनातन के आचार्य हैं और सनातन का आचार्य अपनी बात अपने धर्म के अनुसार कहता है, जिसके पक्ष में हो, जिसके विपक्ष में हो। जहाँ तक हिंदुओं की बात है, हिंदू जो है भाजपा में भी है, कांग्रेस में भी है, सपा में बसपा में भी है, तो हम तो हिंदू के आचार्य हैं ना। हमारा तो सब जगह अनुयायी हमारे हर पार्टी में है। इससे क्या लेना देना है कि कौन किस पार्टी का है? हम किसी पार्टी के नहीं हैं और हम सनातन धर्म के हैं।
लेकिन जो बात कही जा रही है कि आप श्रद्धा करिए कि आप शंकराचार्य हैं, कई सारे जो देखिए आपने जिक्र किया कि चारों दिशाओं में आपके शंकराचार्य हैं, उसमें से भी कई लोग देखिए आपके पक्ष में नहीं है, इस पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
4 शंकराचार्य इस देश में हैं, एक हम हैं ज्योतिष पीठ के शंकराचार्य, बाकी 3 पीठ के शंकराचार्य हैं। तीनों पीठों के शंकराचार्यों ने हमारे बारे में कोई कहा हो कि ये शंकराचार्य नहीं है तो बताइए।
महाराज जी, जो आपने एक बात कही कि जब तक वचन नहीं मिलेगा आप तब तक आश्रम में आप नहीं जाएंगे, क्या वचन आपको चाहिए सीएम योगी से?
हमें कोई वचन नहीं चाहिए। सनातन धर्म के लोगों का जो असम्मान यहाँ पर किया गया है उसको रिस्टोर करो, यही हमारा कहना है।
Well, viewers, now we'll show you all the videos of the tussle between Avimukteshwaranand and the Mela authorities. We'll show you videos of the tussle. Now, in the first video, you will be able to see him arguing with the police. He can be seen arguing with the police while he was there in the Mela region. Let's play the video and we'll show you the video also.
कारण बताइए हमको कारण बताइए।
कोई भी नई परंपरा के लिए अनुमति देनी,
नई परंपरा नहीं है, पहले से हमारी परिक्रमा होती रही है, उसके प्रमाण है हमारे पास।
कोई अनुमति नहीं है जो
नहीं, आप कह रहे हैं नई परंपरा नहीं है, ये परंपरा हमारी बहुत पुरानी है।
वो चीज आप कोर्ट में लीजिएगा, वो बात आप कोर्ट में रखिएगा।
नहीं, आप कह रहे हैं ना कि नई परंपरा, तो आप किस आधार पर ये कह रहे हैं?
वहाँ पे कोई अभी नहीं होती ना।
क्यों नहीं होती है? रोज होती है, वहाँ रोज परिक्रमा करते हैं सनातन धर्म में।
So he's arguing with the police authorities there. And now in the second video, he is warned of breaching the barricades. Let's watch that too.
बेस में होकर के पुलिस के साथ प्लीज अराजकता ना करें, इतना रिक्वेस्ट है आप लोगों से, सभी से। प्लीज 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 आपसे निवेदन है, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज आप न करें।
Well, that's not all. In the third video, he is seen dialing Akhilesh Yadav, where he speaks of fighting a solo battle. Watch this video too.
नारायण कैसे हैं आप? अब देखिए, अब हम तो अपना लड़ रहे हैं, अपनी लड़ाई अभिमन्यु की तरह चक्रव्यूह में लड़ रहे हैं। देखिए, जब कोई बच्चा हिंदू घर में पैदा होता है, हिंदू माँ बाप से, जन्मते ही उसका गंगा यमुना में स्नान करने का जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार हो जाता है। उससे उसको वंचित नहीं किया जा सकता। इन्होंने हमको संगम स्नान से वंचित कर दिया। कितना बड़ा संवैधानिक जो है इन्होंने प्रश्न खड़ा किया है कि क्या किसी हिंदू बच्चे को आप स्नान से वंचित कर सकते हो? कर दिया इन्होंने। हाँ जी जी, सही है।
आप देखिए बनारस में तोड़ दिया। आपसे अच्छा कौन नहीं जानता इस साल कितने मंदिर तोड़े इन्होंने, कितनी।
हाँ सही है, सही है, सही है।
आप तो वहाँ के हैं, आप सब जान। और देखिए खबर बदल थी कि कोई नहीं तोड़ा, कुछ नहीं तोड़ा,
सारा तोड़ दिया इन्होंने। 150 मंदिर हमारे तोड़ दिए हैं और अभी भी तोड़ते चले जा रहे हैं।
और कईयों पे तो अवशेष रखे हुए मंदिर के टूटे हुए।
यही बात है।
तो हम आपके साथ हैं, पंडित जी आएंगे, आपसे मिलेंगे आके।
ठीक है जी, ठीक है।
Well, viewers, let's move on to another big breaking story that we are getting right now in this moment. Breaking news coming in from J&K. Now, encounter between terrorists and security forces broke out in Kishtwar again. Now, encounter breaks out in Singhpura area of Kishtwar, where terrorists escaped on 18th January. Now, the Indian Army and SOG Kishtwar have trapped the terrorists. Now, 2 to 3 terrorists are trapped in the area, and all these terrorists belong to Pak terror outfit that is Jaish-e-Mohammed. So, these terrorists belong to the Jaish-e-Mohammed group, and this is a fresh encounter which broke out between security forces and the hold-up terrorists in Jammu Kashmir's Kishtwar district. Latest updates that we are getting, and these terrorists belong to the group Jaish-e-Mohammed. Another operation has been launched, and 2 to 3 JEM terrorists are trapped in Kishtwar. All right, we have Gursimran for more details on this story. Gursimran, what are the latest details that you are fetching about the terrorists and the encounter?
See, having spoken to the police officials, we can confirm that once again contact has been established with the hiding terrorists in the area of the Singhpura. This is early this morning that the contact has been established. But what we are getting to know that this was the same general area where the operation was underway, that the terrorists were hiding in this very village or the nearby areas for all these 4 days. That now once again contact has been established in the same general area where the terror hideout was busted. It was on the 18th when the contact was first established, but the terrorists fired the UBGL on the security forces, which led to severe injuries. One braveheart, Havaldar Gajendra Singh of the 2nd Parachute Regiment of the Indian Army, which is specialized force, he attained Virgati during the operation, while 8 others, they got injured. Now, once again, the operation has resumed, but the huge consignment of the belonging of the terrorists and the eatables that were recovered from the terror hideout hinted at a larger ploy, that the terrorists were planning a long haul at this very area, or they had been here for a long period of time. So the local support angle is being looked into. Several people have also been detained with this regard, but now once again encounter has broken out. It is being said that 2 to 3 terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed, they have been trapped. That include the previous one group also, that was earlier declared a reward of 5 lakh by the Kishtwar police, that include Pakistani terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Saifullah, Farman and the others that have been trapped in this encounter. Now the security forces are trying to ensure that these terrorists are neutralized at an earliest, and joint forces are operating in the area.
Alright, so these are the latest visuals of a mock drill which is happening, and this is related to Taiwan, China. And these are the latest visuals that we are getting right now at this moment. Alright, so these are anti-attack drills which are happening. Taipei City government holds an anti-random attack drill at Taipei main station. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top story. Now, British Hindus and members of the Bangladeshi diaspora have staged a protest in London accusing Bangladesh's interim government of failing to protect religious minorities. Now, the demonstration took place outside the UK Parliament, with protesters urging the British government to intervene. Here's a detailed report on that.
Families braved rain and cold at Parliament Square, holding placards reading "Save Hindus in Bangladesh" and chants of "Stop killing Hindus" echoed outside the Palace of Westminster. The protest brought together groups including the Bengali Hindu Adarsh Sangha UK, Insight UK and the Hindu Council UK. Organizers say minorities in Bangladesh face growing violence, persecution and killings since the Muhammad Yunus government took charge.
Outside House of Parliament because of the atrocities that are happening in Bangladesh against the minorities, primarily the Hindus, Sikhs and Christians. Why? Because the Islamists in Bangladesh are trying to wipe out the minorities. You may well have seen somebody being burnt alive on the streets, and the police did not stop this happening. Rapes are going on, all sorts of atrocities. Some say Hindu genocide is carrying on. It cannot carry on. The government of Bangladesh should stop this right now. The British are paying a lot of money to Bangladesh for foreign aid. That should stop if these atrocities carry on. The Indian government too can put some pressure, because it's absolutely unacceptable what is happening in Bangladesh right now.
The Hindu Council UK has accused the Bangladesh administration of failing to protect Hindus as attacks are taking place regularly. The UK government has condemned all acts of violence in Bangladesh and called for peaceful elections. Protesters at the Parliament Square said demonstrations will continue until stronger international action is taken.
Well, let's move on to our next top story. Now, in a recent showcase of the Indian military firepower, it proved India's growing military strength, from tanks and artillery like the T-90 Bhishma, Arjun and K9 Vajra to advanced systems like Nag, BrahMos and Akash. We also spoke to the officers behind these weapons to understand what it takes to operate them, which gave us a clear glimpse into India's operational readiness and the true might of the Indian Armed Forces. Here is more on the story.
The Republic Day Parade, we witnessed the true military might of the Indian Armed Forces. Leading the armoured formation were the BMP-2 infantry combat vehicles.
We can now see the BMP-2 crossing us. The BMP-2 is a vehicle that is equipped with the main gun, the 155mm gun, and behind that it has a capacity of carrying 7 to 12 crew members. These are used to insert men into high versatile locations. This is the indigenously developed anti-aircraft tracked vehicle by the Indian Army.
The battle-hardened T-90 Bhishma tanks and the indigenous Arjun main battle tanks with high-caliber main guns capable of engaging targets several kilometers away, and these platforms are comparable to America's Abrams and Russia's T-72s.
These are the Arjun Mark I tanks, indigenously developed and deployed in the field. These are the pride of India's nation. With a 155mm smoothbore gun and a range of approximately 800 kilometers, these tanks are been developed by the Indian Army and by the Indigenous Design Bureau of the Indian Army. These armor brigades have been equipped with the Kaveri armor.
With a strike range of around 4 kilometers and fire and forget capability similar to Israel's Spike and the US Javelin, following closely behind was the indigenous NAG anti-tank guided missile system. Rolling in next was the formidable K9 Vajra self-propelled artillery system, which is capable of delivering devastating firepower at ranges exceeding 40 kilometers and giving a tough competition to South Korea's K9 Thunder.
Behind that is the Vajra artillery system. Now these artillery systems are highly mobile, precise, and do away with the requirement of a towed vehicle. This automatically powered, diesel powered generation with 1500 bhp of power and a range of approximately 60 kilometers. This is one of the most powerful vehicles in the Indian Army, having the capability to strike deep into the enemy territory.
Next in line were the anti-drone warfare systems, and these systems provide India the ability to detect, jam and neutralize unmanned aerial threats.
Now this vehicle is of extreme importance because this is the newly developed anti-drone warfare system you can see in the hands of the soldier. This has the capability of using electronic microwave signals to stop drones from coming close to the forces, and this can ensure that drones are stopped without using ammunition or without the use of projectile weapons. This ensures that the cost effectiveness of the attack is reduced by a significant margin.
Alongside them move the highly agile anti-tank mobile teams, equipped with portable missile systems capable of striking armored targets from several kilometers away. These teams add speed, flexibility and lethal punch to India's ground combat doctrine. The army showcased a powerful mix of legacy Soviet-era artillery and modern M777 ultra-light howitzers. While older guns reflect decades of battlefield experience, the NATO-grade M777 capable of striking targets up to 30 kilometers.
These are Soviet-era guns that have gotten a new purpose due to the changing nature of warfare. These Soviet-era guns have now been equipped with modern radar and ranging systems, ensuring that they provide a capable defense against drones, incoming drones. Now, this initially was developed as an anti-aircraft gun for low-flying targets, but however, the changing nature of war is such that these guns have gotten a new lease on life and they have a new defined purpose of doing anti-drone warfare for the Indian Army.
The multi-barrel rocket launching systems, including the Pinaka system, followed next, with strike ranges exceeding beyond 70 kilometers and comparable in role to the US HIMARS and Russia's Smerch.
Behind me you can see the multi-barrel rocket launching system. This played a crucial role during Operation Sindoor. The multi-barrel rocket launching system is a Soviet-era designed multi-barrel rocket launcher. This has been developed further by the DRDO and has now an increased capability of 120 kilometers. This multi-barrel rocket launching system has provided Indian Army with the ability to do area denial, accurate attacks, and most importantly, devastating firepower for the Indian Army. Behind that is the Pinaka system that has been developed by the DRDO. This Pinaka system has a multitude of rockets and multitude of rocket types that have been inducted. with a range of approximately 90 to 120 kilometers. This is one of the longest range rocket launching systems in the Indian Army. It also played a very crucial role during Operation Sindoor because this has been completely developed in India and has provided the Indian Army with the capability to do deep strikes within the enemy territory without exposing themselves to enemy fire.
Missile systems used during Operation Sindoor were also seen moving past the parade. These platforms underline India's operational readiness and reflect missile capabilities that have been proven in the real-world conditions. The BrahMos and Akash missile systems drew particular attention, with BrahMos the fastest supersonic cruise missile in the world, capable of striking targets close to 300 kilometers away, and Akash providing robust air defense coverage up to 25 kilometers.
This is the BrahMos missile system. This is the most powerful, most lethal missile system in the Indian forces. A supersonic missile system that devastated Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. This is the reason why Pakistan had to back down during Operation Sindoor.
Following these astonishing visuals, we witnessed the ceremonial 21-gun salute. The guns truly showed their might during the firing ceremony. We even spoke with the commanding officer, Major Pawan Shekhawat, regarding the entire ceremony.
First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to mention that it's a matter of immense pride and privilege for the ceremonial battery to provide 21-gun salute on the occasion of 77th Republic Day this year. Now coming on to the significance. 21-gun salute is one of the highest military honor that is given on Republic Day, Independence Day, and whenever head of state visit is there in India.
This truly shows the capability and the might of the Indian Armed Forces.
At 12 p.m. on the Live Report 3 agenda-setting stories. First up, even America confirms that there were technical issues with the Boeing 787, the plane that went down in Ahmedabad in June 2025. So why is India then going after the pilots? We have the notice that was sent to Shankaracharya, self-styled Shankaracharya, who could now face a lifetime ban. Yogi government versus Avi Mukteshwaranand coming up at 12 p.m. And finally, the 13 questions that were asked to Priya Sachdev. Watch that full sequence on Republic, 12 p.m.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime.
MDH की
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed. That
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on Republic at 12 p.m. this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have three big stories lined up for you on the live report, but before that, a video that just came into our newsrooms a few minutes back. We are going to start with that video. But first up, the headlines this afternoon. The last video of Noida techie Yuvraj. In this video, rescuers and firefighters seen asking him if the water was deep and that help was on the way. This continued for hours together. A second notice to the massively controversial self-styled Shankaracharya. He's been given a notice by the Yogi government and could even face a lifetime ban at the Magh Mela. On Shankaracharya, let's put the visuals of Shankaracharya there. He could face a lifetime ban next. And the truth about Boeing, ladies and gentlemen, the Boeing 787 went down in Ahmedabad last June. Even US bodies are now talking about Boeing 787 and the different faults that exist on Boeing 787. The full report and the version of the father on Republic. Captain Sabarimala's father speaks to Republic, sends a message to the government, says his family is being harassed despite the truth about Boeing being hidden. Priya Sachdev goes silent. That's the sequence as Republic threw 13 questions to her on the 30,000 crore inheritance battle. Completely silent on the questions being asked. On top of 12 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, we're starting with a video that just came into our newsrooms a few minutes back. Now, in Noida, Uttar Pradesh, the story of Yuvraj, a techie who went down. He drowned in an open drain. And he died because of negligence. And there were reports about how responders went on record and said that there was delay in the help that came to him. And this video gives us clues. Watch this video carefully. Let me go full frame to that video that came in. It's the last video, accessed by Republic. It's an exclusive video. And in this video, what you can clearly see, and if I can put the video on the wall, I will explain that video. And then there is also an audio layer to it. I'd like to play the audio as well. But in this video, what is extremely clear is that you see this torchlight here. Now, this is a mobile torch that most of us have. Every mobile has a torch. This was Yuvraj in his car, flashing, holding a torchlight like that from here. And he was holding a torchlight to the rescuers. And the rescuers in this video, you can see them here. The rescuers were here and they are seen conversing. They are heard conversing with Yuvraj, saying, "We are trying to get to you." And they ask him whether the water is deep. Now, what is surprising is they are asking Yuvraj whether the water is deep. And then they say that help is on the way. They tell him help is on the way, hold on. And this went on for several hours, we are told. Let's play out this video with the audio now. Let's play that out.
बहुत अच्छे दोस्त
अपने आप को सेफ रखते हुए चल कोशिश तो कर कैसे
झाड़ियों में फंस रहा ना आदमी पैर ही नहीं चल रहा है
क्या कह रहा है क्या बेटा ज्यादा
जी बहुत गहरा पानी पैर भी ना आ रहे और इससे जी पीछे फ्लो कर रहा है मुझे अच्छा आगे नहीं जाने दे रही जाके
रस्सी फेंको जरा
यहाँ तो फेंको कोशिश करो
नहीं से जाएगी जैकेट बेटा रुक जाओ एक गाड़ी और मैंने मंगाई है शांत रहना उसी जगह पे रहना
बहुत अच्छे दोस्त
अपने आप को सेफ रखते हुए चल कोशिश तो कर कैसे
झाड़ियों में फंस रहा ना आदमी पैर ही नहीं चल रहा है
क्या कह रहा है क्या बेटा ज्यादा
जी बहुत गहरा पानी पैर भी ना आ रहे और इससे जी पीछे फ्लो कर रहा है मुझे अच्छा आगे नहीं जाने दे रही जाके
रस्सी फेंको जरा
यहाँ तो फेंको कोशिश करो
नहीं से जाएगी जैकेट बेटा रुक जाओ एक गाड़ी और मैंने मंगाई है शांत रहना उसी जगह पे रहना
Shravan with the video. Shravan is joining us from the Republic newsroom. Shravan, in this video, if I heard clearly, he says, "Gaadi aa rahi hai," and then he says, someone else says in the video, "Pair hi nahi chal raha hai," which means they are talking about how rescuers are not able to move. They were unable to move. How long did this go on for, Shravan? What are the facts about how long Yuvraj had to wait before he eventually drowned?
Well, this video once again indicates that this is death by negligence. Let me try and explain this. The sequence of events. The first call actually went in to his father. Yuvraj's father received the call, and immediately thereafter, the local police station was actually involved. This was just after midnight is when the first call actually went in. It seems that a PCR van had already reached the spot, but they essentially realized that they did not have enough equipment. The fire brigade was also informed at the same point in time, but they came in a little later. Roughly, it turns out that 30 to 35 minutes had already passed by the time this incident actually took place. Now, there is a second call that actually goes to Yuvraj's father, where he once again makes this attempt to actually reach out to his father and to those who were carrying out the rescue operation, that they need immediate help. Now, from this particular video, the exact time, Niranjan, is not really known, because this is the time when the local police, as well as what we are being told, the fire brigade services had already reached there. But when they reached the spot, they did not come with the necessary equipments. In fact, the rope that was essentially being used wasn't long enough, and it seems that they did not have any divers. In fact, an attempt was actually made by the authorities to actually go by in the nearby villages to find out if anyone was actually willing to dive in the water. If you go by the testimony of the eyewitness here and the first responder, he says, the initial statement where he said that they were reluctant to get inside the water simply because it was freezing water. And the fact is that there was a considerable amount of time that had already passed, and resulting in a situation where they were unable to really help him. This particular video once again indicates a lack of equipment. Second, necessary timely intervention was not really done. And the third, which is perhaps extremely surprising, is when you have those who are supposed to carry out the entire rescue operation are the ones who are basically telling Yuvraj that try and come out on your own.
Yes. Shravan, I think we'll have to investigate when the calls went out and the timing of these calls so that we find out what the delay was. Thank you for joining us with that video. We'll look into that. Ladies and gentlemen, we here at Republic TV are still asking for answers of what really happened in Ahmedabad in June 2025. A US-based aviation safety advocacy group has now alleged that the Air India Boeing 787 that crashed in Ahmedabad on the 12th of June 2025 had a long history of technical problems, claiming safety concerns linked to the aircraft type, which are being downplayed globally. They feel that there is something being hidden. The Foundation for Aviation Safety has said it submitted a presentation to the US Senate asserting that the aircraft experienced system failures from its first day of service. in 2014, including electrical, software and wiring faults, power losses and overheating components. They have cited analysis of more than 2,000 Boeing 787 system failure reports and pointed to specific incidents such as a power panel failure in January 2022, landing gear system faults in April 2022, and Boeing, while responding to the claims, has said it would defer to India's Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau in line with international investigation protocols. But here's the report, ladies and gentlemen. Now, what is surprising is despite reports, despite people, groups suggesting that Boeing has to introspect and that Boeing has to answer and that Boeing had a history of technical faults, there are people in India who are harassing pilots, harassing families of pilots, going after the pilot of AI-171, that plane that went down in Ahmedabad. The father of Captain Sabarimala, who was the pilot on the flight, the AI-171 flight, sent a message to Republic. Here is his message, as his family is harassed. Not just the fact that India and Indian groups and investigators are trying to point fingers at pilots, but also the fact that relatives of a pilot are being harassed, called for investigations when it's not even related. Here is the audio message that Captain Sabarimala's father sent to Republic.
Sabarimala, father of late Captain Sumit Sabarimala, express my sincere gratitude to Captain Randhawa and the Federation of Indian Pilots for standing with our family with dignity and professionalism in our pursuit of truth and fairness. While we continue to grieve, we have faced repeated distress in the name of inquiry. I am constrained to state that AIB, for persistently attempted to call the youngest pilots of our family for questioning, despite their having no connection whatsoever with the case. This has caused unnecessary trauma and most to harassment of a bereaved family. I appeal to the Government of India to take urgent cognizance of this. An accident investigation must be independent, evidence-led, and are conducted with sensitivity, not through pressure or intimidation. It is for these reasons that we were compelled to approach the Honorable Supreme Court for protection and due process. My son, Captain Sumit Sabarimala, was a thorough professional and a man of integrity. He had a spotless flying career during his service for more than 25 years. And any attempt to prejudge the outcome or threaten, blame without complete technical evidence is unjust and contrary to the principle of natural justice and aviation safety. Our only request is for fair, transparent and impartial investigation free from prejudice and victimization.
I'm going across to Captain Randhawa, who's the president of the FIP. And this Boeing report, Captain Randhawa, has flagged technical issues with Boeing 787. And it makes a specific mention of the Ahmedabad crash as well. Now, essentially what this safety group is trying to indicate is that this plane, this model, had tech glitches. And despite the tech glitches being flagged in the case of the Ahmedabad crash, there appears to be an attempt to harass the family of the pilot. Otherwise, they wouldn't have summoned a relative of the pilot. Now, What do you make of the developments and the fact that even the US claims there's a Boeing cover-up now?
Niranjan, good afternoon. I am very concerned about the accident which took place in Ahmedabad. And from day one, the Federation of Indian Pilots has maintained a standoff that there have been multiple electrical glitches and electrical failures on the Boeing 787 aircraft, especially with the Air India fleet. However, our views and suggestions have been thrown out of the window, whether it is to the ministry, whether it was to the AIB, or whether it was to the DGCA. We have clearly spelled out that there are spate of problems of electrical systems in this aircraft. And this aircraft also had a history, which you rightly pointed out, what the FAS has brought up, and it's come up in the Senate by the whistleblower. It is very, very evident that they're trying to hide things, and they're not exposing the Boeing. And even in the investigations, they have not checked the electrical systems, in spite of repeated reminders that this fleets need to be grounded and checked for electrical problems. They have not done it. Okay. And on the contrary, they continue to harass the Captain Sumit Sabharwal's family. First it was the father, and then it has been the nephew and the nephew's other nephew's wife. Now, the point of issue is that why don't they do a transparent inquiry? And for that reason, we have been demanding, since July, we have been demanding a judicial probe, which will have more transparency and accountability. And it will not be carried out the way it is being done by the AIB. Every second day, they land up into US with the black box. They went, the second time they went with the black boxes to US. What was the need when you have set up a full lab in Delhi, which the minister said we had spent so much of money and now it is capable of handling all the aircraft accidents and decode the DFDRs and the CVRs. So this is a deliberate attempt now to save the Boeing company, and they're trying to find scapegoats and put the blame on the pilots because they are dead. They're not there to defend themselves. So there is an urgent need. We are still in the Supreme Court that a judicial probe should be held and this inquiry should be stopped, because this is coming to no conclusion. And even when we had demanded that there should be subject matter experts in this inquiry, it was not granted. And only, I think, Captain R.S. Sandhu was taken on board. And we do not know if there were any engineers of avionics and engines and airframe which have been taken on board for this inquiry. Then the next point is the government is not intervening at all. They're just watching the fun.
Yes.
The third point, we have been saying that as per ICAO Doc 9756, Part 1, which states about the qualification and the requirements of the aircraft accident investigation boards. I don't think so. Most of the people who are presently 5 of them, they qualify. Thirdly, it's not independent at all. It reports to Ministry of Civil Aviation. So what kind of AIB do we have in this country? So we have no faith in what they're doing, and we constantly say so. And our stand has been so till now, and we continue to fight till justice is granted.
Okay.
Over to you.
Thank you for joining us on the show, Captain Randhawa. This is a very serious issue. In fact, we will be in touch with you because the appeal of the father of Captain Sabharwal is extremely disturbing. He says his family is being harassed. You heard the tone in his voice when he sent that audio message. We will play that out in just a bit. But I want to quickly, before we end the show, get your attention to another story that we have been tracking very closely here on Republic. The inheritance battle. Priya Sachdev is the wife of late Sanjay Kapoor. There's a 30,000 crore estate empire that a family is fighting for. Priya Sachdev was in court yesterday. We tried speaking to her. This is the full sequence. My colleague Riyanka was there. She asked her a few questions. Watch this.
Priya, do you have to say anything about Rani Kapoor filing a suit against you?
You have to say something.
Anything about Rani Kapoor you want to say?
Allegations clearly
There
that
are allegations of conspiracy. Anything you want to say about it?
And in fact, taken away all the wealth.
Priya, do you want to? What's your response?
Suit has been filed before the Delhi High Court regarding
There's a suit of conspiracy that has been filed against you. Do you want to say anything about it?
It's all a concocted theory. There's nothing, no truth in that. We will see that we'll contest that in court. And today,
Rani Kapoor is calling to dissolve the family trust. Do you have to say anything on it?
So
what are your allegations?
Any response?
There are multiple allegations. We have given
Priya,
evidence.
any response?
Appeared today. We have given evidence. Now the court has issued notice to Mandara and the other co-accused for 12th of March.
Priya, Mandira has denied your claims.
Sir. हम लोग को मेहनत से फाइल
Priya, Mandira has denied your claims. Priya, do you have to say anything about Rani Kapoor filing a suit against you?
You have to say something.
Anything about Rani Kapoor you want to say?
Allegations clearly
There
that
are allegations of conspiracy. Anything you want to say about it?
And in fact, taken away all the wealth.
Priya, do you want to? What's your response?
Suit has been filed before the Delhi High Court regarding
There's a suit of conspiracy that has been filed against you. Do you want to say anything about it?
It's all a concocted theory. There's nothing, no truth in that. We will see that we'll contest that in court. And today,
Rani Kapoor is calling to dissolve the family trust. Do you have to say anything on it?
So
what are your allegations?
Any response?
There are multiple allegations. We have given
Priya,
evidence.
any response?
Appeared today. We have given evidence. Now the court has issued notice to Mandara and the other co-accused for 12th of March.
Priya, Mandira has denied your claims.
Sir. हम लोग को मेहनत से फाइल
Priya, Mandira has denied your claims.
कर देंगे
13 questions but no answers given. Riyanka was there tracking Priya Sachdev yesterday. She appears to be silent. Morning was very evasive with the media, but it appeared that she wanted to sort of front-foot it in the evening, but still was silent. Riyanka.
That's right, Ranjan, as we saw when I tried to confront Priya Sachdev Kapoor when she was moving out of the Patiala House Court after an extensive statement recording in terms of the case, a criminal defamation case that she had filed against Mandira Kapoor Smith. Her statements were recorded in front of the additional Chief Judicial Magistrate yesterday, which was an extensive one. When she left the premises finally and we got to ask her questions, she completely denied to talk to us. She evaded the questions that we had put forward. She dodged the questions regarding Rani Kapoor filing a suit against her. She did not respond at all to the questions that I put forward, confronting her. What was her response? Whether she wanted to say anything, because Rani Kapoor called her a fraud. Rani Kapoor clearly in her suit mentioned that how Priya Sachdev had in fact fraudulently somewhere diverted the family assets, the funds which belonged to Rani Kapoor apparently by misleading her, by cheating her to the RK Trust. So those were the developments that we tracked. Back to the studios.
Yes. Okay, thank you for that. 13 questions, no answers from Priya Sachdev. Hopefully, we should be able to get her interview. We invite Priya Sachdev to give us an interview. We'll ask you the questions, Priya Sachdev, because I think people want to hear her. They've heard the other side. They've heard Mandira Kapoor. Maybe they want to hear the version of the wife of late Sanjay Kapoor as well. That's it on this edition. Coming back with the headlines and the breaking video of the Noida techie, the last video that raises more questions on the negligence. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
At Amity University's 2-week summer school, students of classes 9 to 12 get to explore future undergraduate programs as per their interest from over 30 disciplines. Students attend lectures by Amity University faculty, gain experience at over 400 labs and learning studios, and attend personality enhancement workshops. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force. So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it.
U.S. has proven its military capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer, where the United States military bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. U.S. B-2 stealth bombers, which flew a secretive and historic long-range mission, dropped 14 massive ordnance penetrators, also known as bunker buster bombs, on 3 critical Iranian nuclear sites: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. As the situation between the U.S. and Iran escalates further, Israel's official state aircraft, Wing of Zion, has departed from Nevatim Air Force Base. The aircraft, which contains a private office, a war room, and sophisticated defense systems, serves as the primary transport for the Prime Minister. India's Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar has also received a call from Iranian Foreign Minister Sayed Abbas Araghchi. The foreign ministers discussed the evolving situation in and around Iran. The protests began as demonstrations in Tehran's bazaars over rampant inflation. The Iranian rial surged to $1 million against the US dollar, marking a significant devaluation of the national currency in a single day. The protests morphed into an uprising against the Khamenei regime.
حرف بی ربطی که اگر چنانچه دولت ایران چنین کنه من میام به طرف شما رو میگیرم، این طرف این اغتشاشگرها و افراد مضر برای کشور، این هم دلشون خوشه و اگه میتونه کشور خودشو اداره کنه تو کشور خودش حوادث گونه
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. And in this bulletin, our top focus will be on the Shankaracharya controversy. Now, this controversy has gotten bigger. Now, second notice has been issued to the self-styled godman, that is Avi Mukteshwaranand. We'll get you all the details on this story and a lot more. But first up, the headlines. The last video of techie Yuvraj Mehta accessed by Republic. Firefighters seen absolutely clueless while Yuvraj was struggling. The Shankaracharya controversy gets bigger. Second notice issued to self-styled godman.
जनता को भी स्पष्ट करना पड़ेगा कि किस कारण से दिया था कि अब ले रहे हैं। आखिर देते समय अकल कहीं घास चरने गई थी।
Yogi government issues ultimatum to self-styled godman Avi Mukteshwaranand and lifetime ban on Magh Mela likely to be imposed. US Aviation Safety Group claims Air India Boeing 787 suffered repeated technical and electrical failures. Boeing to consult India's AIB. Captain Sabarimala's father speaks to Republic, appeals to Government of India, saying family being harassed despite cover-up.
There are allegations of conspiracy. Anything you want to say about it? Rani Kapoor is calling to dissolve the family trust. Do you have to say anything on it? Priya, any response?
Republic confronts Priya Sachdev amid Sanjay Kapoor legacy battle. She dodges our mics, goes silent. And high voltage drama in Karnataka Assembly. Governor walks out. State says cabinet approved speech mandatory to read. NDA conducts back-to-back meetings ahead of Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. Piyush Goyal meets AIADMK's EPS in Chennai. Alright viewers, let's begin with the first top story. Now a video has surfaced that after the death of Noida-based techie Yuvraj, who drowned after his car fell into an open drain, shows critical delays and apparent confusion among firefighters at the scene. Now in the footage, rescuers are heard asking Yuvraj about the depth of the water and telling him to wait as they had called for another vehicle, while he is seen flashing his mobile phone, the mobile phone torch from inside the car. The video has raised serious questions about the preparedness and response time of emergency services, with visuals indicating that crucial minutes were lost before rescuers could reach him. So it's everything about time. It's all about time. Time is crucial in rescuing somebody who is stuck in such a situation. Now, a video that has surfaced after the death of Noida-based techie Yuvraj, who drowned after his car fell into an open drain, shows the critical delays, criminal delays I would say, and apparent confusion among firefighters who could have rescued him. There was time, they could have reached him, there was time, they could have approached him, and there was apparent confusion among firefighters at the scene. In the footage, rescuers are heard asking Yuvraj about the depth of the water and telling him to wait as they had called for another vehicle.
अपने आप को सेफ रखते हुए क्या कोशिश तो कर। कैसे
झाड़ियों में फंस रहा ना आदमी, पैर ही नहीं चल रहा।
क्या कह रहा है क्या बेटा? ज्यादा जी बहुत गहरा पानी, पैर भी ना आ रहे और इससे जी पीछे फ्लो कर रहा है मुझे। अच्छा आगे नहीं जाने दे रही जाके। रस्सी फेंको जरा, यहाँ तो फेंको, कोशिश करो। नहीं से जाएगी जैकेट। बेटा रुक जाओ, एक गाड़ी और मैंने मंगाई है, शांत रहना, उसी जगह पे रहना।
बहुत अच्छे दोस्त।
अपने आप को सेफ रखते हुए क्या कोशिश तो कर। कैसे
झाड़ियों में फंस रहा ना आदमी, पैर ही नहीं चल रहा।
क्या कह रहा है क्या बेटा? ज्यादा जी बहुत गहरा पानी, पैर भी ना आ रहे और इससे जी पीछे फ्लो कर रहा है मुझे। अच्छा आगे नहीं जाने दे रही जाके। रस्सी फेंको जरा, यहाँ तो फेंको, कोशिश करो। नहीं से जाएगी जैकेट। बेटा रुक जाओ, एक गाड़ी और मैंने मंगाई है, शांत रहना, उसी जगह पे रहना।
All right, so this was the video where there's clearly visible there was a delay. They could have approached him and saved his life. Amrit is joining with me. Amrit is at the location. Amrit, आप वहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। जब वो वीडियो देखते हैं तो इंसान थोड़ा परेशान हो जाता है कि आप जब किसी ऐसी स्थिति में फंस जाते हैं तो आप उम्मीद करते हैं कि आपको बचाने वाला जो बचाव दल वहाँ पर मौजूद है वो तत्परता से कार्य करेगा, वो आगे बढ़ेगा, पानी में कूदेगा। पर वो पूछ रहे हैं पानी की गहराई कितनी है भाई साहब? तो ये क्या डिटेल्स निकल के वहाँ सामने आई है, जरा वो आप जरा खुल के बताइएगा।
बिल्कुल सही, यहाँ पर उम्मीदें भी इस पानी में डूब गई, ऐसा मानिए। हम बिल्कुल वहीं पर खड़े हैं जहाँ पर यह हादसा हुआ और जहाँ की अभी हम अपने दर्शकों को तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। सेक्टर 150, नोएडा सेक्टर 150 का ये इलाका है। ये देखिए, अब भी इन तस्वीरों को देखकर आप अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं, अगर यहाँ पर अभी जो बैरिकेटिंग की गई इस घटना के बाद अगर वो ना हो तो यहाँ से आमतौर पर सीधे गाड़ियाँ अंदर ही जाएंगी। इन तस्वीरों को देखकर भी आप समझ सकते हैं। इस घटना के बाद अब यहाँ पर बैरिकेटिंग लगा दी गई है। अब पुलिस के कुछ जवान हैं, हालांकि सुबह में पुलिस फोर्स की तैनाती नजर आ रही थी, लेकिन अब हम आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएं। ये तस्वीर आप देखिए, उधर 4 पुलिस के जवान आपको खड़े मिलेंगे, इधर 3, 7 और इधर आप देखिए एक तरफ और 8 पुलिस के जवान इस वक्त यहाँ पर खड़े हैं, जबकि मीडिया की कम से कम यहाँ पर 25 से 30 गाड़ियां खड़ी हैं। अब आप अंदाजा लगाइए, करोड़ों का बजट है डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का, नोएडा अथॉरिटी का करोड़ों का बजट है, लेकिन आखिर वो बजट कहाँ चला जाता है? जब हम इन तस्वीरों को देखते हैं तो हमारे रोंगटे खड़े हो जाते हैं। ये बैरिकेटिंग बाद में लगाई गई, अभी जो आप देख रहे हैं ये सीधी तस्वीर है। अब सर्दी के समय में घने कोहरे में अगर ऐसी अंदर गाड़ी गई है और अंदर जो युवराज है उनके फोन का फ्लैशलाइट जल रहा है, अंदर से आवाज आ रही है, यहाँ पर आप उस वीडियो में अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि रेस्क्यू की टीम पहुंच चुकी है, लेकिन बावजूद इसके अगर युवराज को नहीं बचाया जा सका है तो इससे बड़ी नाकामी और क्या होगी? इससे बड़ी और नाकामी क्या हो सकती है कि आप उस लोकेशन पे पहुंच गए जहां पर एक शख्स जिंदगी और मौत से जूझ रहा है, उसके फोन का फ्लैशलाइट ऑन है, तो आप उसे देख रहे हैं, फिर भी आप उसे नहीं बचा सकते हैं। घंटों की जद्दोजहद के बाद आप उसे अस्पताल लेकर जाते हैं जहां डॉक्टर उसे मृत घोषित कर देते हैं। तो इससे बड़े निकम्मेपन और नकारापन की बात और क्या हो सकती है? ये डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के लिए करोड़ों का बजट कहां है? कहां थे उस वक्त डीएम यहाँ की, वो डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट की हेड है, कहां था ये पूरा प्रशासनिक तंत्र जो इस वक्त यहाँ पर मौजूद है, जो इस वक्त यहाँ पर बैरिकेटिंग की गई है? इस मामले पर अब सियासत से लेकर तमाम चीजें हो रही हैं, लेकिन जब हम युवराज के पिता से बात करते हैं तो उनकी आवाज सुनकर एक दर्द महसूस होता है। उनकी स्थिति अलग है, बिल्कुल सामने उनका घर है, ये देखिए, यहाँ से
अमृत बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। एंड this question will definitely haunt the authorities. When there was critical time, they could have rescued him. Why did not they jump into the water and saved a life? They could have saved a life. All right, let's move on to another big story that we are getting at right now. This moment, a chilling murder has been caught on CCTV, and that has shaken the national capital. On Wednesday night in Delhi's Mangolpuri, a 25-year-old man was chased. He was cornered and he was stabbed to death by 4 youths, all of it captured on camera. Here's the full report on that.
These chilling CCTV visuals show the brutal stabbing of Akash, a 25-year-old resident of Mangolpuri. He's seen running for his life, chased by 4 youths armed with knives through a narrow lane in Mangolpuri. Akash desperately tries to enter a nearby house for safety, but the door is shut. Seconds later, the attackers catch hold of him and begin brutally stabbing him multiple times in full public view. After the assault, the attackers flee the spot. Akash is seen lying motionless on the ground, bleeding heavily. He was rushed to hospital but was declared dead on arrival. Police say multiple teams have been formed and CCTV footage is now being scanned. The Delhi police say the suspects have been identified and raids are underway. The motive behind the murder is still being investigated.
All right, viewers, now the Shankaracharya controversy is only getting bigger. Now the Mela administration has issued a second notice to the massively controversial self-styled godman, that is Avi Mukteshwaranand, seeking an explanation over the alleged violations and asking why the land allotted to him and the facilities provided should not be cancelled. It should be cancelled as per the authorities. Now the notice also questions why he should not be banned from the Mela area and prohibited from entering the venue in future in the coming days. Now, accused of compromising the safety of devotees, now Swami Avi Mukteshwaranand receives a notice. Now, we also had a word, he spoke exclusively to Republic. Let's listen into what he said.
स्वामी जी, यात्रा आपकी चल रही है दूसरे नोटिस के बावजूद, सभी भक्तों में काफी उल्लास भी है, क्या कुछ कहेंगे?
देखिए, बात यह है कि गौ माता की रक्षा का जो कार्य अपने हाथ में लिया है उसको कैसे छोड़ा जा सकता है। तो यहाँ पर जो गौ माता की प्रतिष्ठा के लिए प्रेरणा यात्रा हमारी आरंभ हुई है, मौनी अमावस्या के पहले से ही उसको हम जारी रखे हुए हैं।
लेकिन स्वामी जी, दूसरा जो नोटिस उसमें कहा गया है कि आपकी भूमि का आवंटन रद्द किया जा सकता है, आपको जो सुविधाएं दी जा रही हैं वो रद्द किया जा सकता है, मेले क्षेत्र से आपको प्रतिबंधित किया जा सकता है। क्या इस पर रिएक्शन होगा आपका?
भाई, जो उन्होंने दिया है ले लें, खुशी की बात है, लेकिन बताना पड़ेगा उनको, जनता को भी स्पष्ट करना पड़ेगा कि किस कारण से दिया था कि अब ले रहे हैं। आखिर देते समय अकल कहीं घास चरने गई थी, उस समय क्यों ध्यान नहीं था? अब कौन सा ध्यान ऐसा विशेष आ गया, सपना आ गया कि अब आपको वापस लेना पड़ रहा है? ये तो बताना पड़ेगा ना, जस्टिफाई करना पड़ेगा कि मेरा पहला निर्णय गलत था कि बाद वाला निर्णय गलत है। इसको उनको स्पष्ट करना पड़ेगा। आखिर उनका कोई एक निर्णय, दो विरुद्ध निर्णय ले रहे हैं, एक निर्णय गलत सिद्ध हो जाएगा, तो आखिर वो गलत निर्णय क्यों लिया था उन्होंने, ये तो उनको सिद्ध करना पड़ेगा।
लेकिन स्वामी जी, जो राजनीतिकरण के आरोप लग रहे हैं कि बीजेपी के कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं आप कांग्रेस से मिले हुए इसलिए इस तरह की बयानबाजी कर रहे हैं, इसीलिए सब नोटिस आ रहा है, इस पर क्या कहेंगे महाराज?
हम तो सनातन के आचार्य हैं और सनातन का आचार्य अपनी बात अपने धर्म के अनुसार कहता है, जिसके पक्ष में हो, जिसके विपक्ष में हो। जहाँ तक हिंदुओं की बात है, जो है भाजपा में भी है, कांग्रेस में भी है, सपा में बसपा में भी है, तो हम तो हिंदू के आचार्य हैं ना। हमारा तो सब जगह अनुयायी हमारे हर पार्टी में है। इससे क्या लेना देना है कि कौन किस पार्टी का है? हम किसी पार्टी के नहीं हैं और हम सनातन धर्म के हैं।
लेकिन जो बात कही जा रही है कि आप श्रद्धा करिए कि आप शंकराचार्य हैं, कई सारे जो देखिए आपने जिक्र किया कि चारों दिशाओं में आपके शंकराचार्य हैं, उसमें से भी कई लोग देखिए आपके पक्ष में नहीं है, इस पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
4 शंकराचार्य इस देश में हैं, एक हम हैं ज्योतिष पीठ के शंकराचार्य, बाकी 3 पीठ के शंकराचार्य हैं। तीनों पीठों के शंकराचार्यों ने हमारे बारे में कोई कहा हो कि ये शंकराचार्य नहीं है तो बताइए।
महाराज जी, जो आपने एक बात कही कि जब तक वचन नहीं मिलेगा आप तब तक आश्रम में आप नहीं जाएंगे, क्या वचन आपको चाहिए सीएम योगी से?
हमें कोई वचन नहीं चाहिए। सनातन धर्म के लोगों का जो असम्मान यहाँ पर किया गया है उसको रिस्टोर करो, यही हमारा कहना है।
So he exclusively spoke to Republic. Now, it's not the first time that this self-styled godman has been in the news. Now, we will show you 3 videos, exclusive videos. Now, in this first video during Mauni Amavasya, the Swami's palanquin was allegedly stopped. Now, this sparked heated arguments with the police. Have a look at that.
कारण बताइए हमको कारण बताइए। कोई भी नई परंपरा नहीं है, पहले से हमारी परिक्रमा होती रही है, उसके प्रमाण है हमारे पास। कोई अनुमति नहीं है जो नहीं आप कह रहे हैं नई परंपरा नहीं है ये परंपरा हमारी बहुत पुरानी है। वो चीज आप कोर्ट में लीजिएगा, वो बात आप कोर्ट में रखिएगा। नहीं आप कह रहे हैं ना कि नई परंपरा, तो आप किस आधार पर ये कह रहे हैं? वहाँ पे कोई अभी नहीं होती ना। क्यों नहीं होती है? रोज होती है, वहाँ रोज परिक्रमा करते हैं सनातन धर्म में।
So this was the first video where he was arguing with the police there. Now in the second video, he is warned of breaching the barricades after the police repeatedly warned him that it was a matter specifically of crowd control. Watch this video.
वो बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ रहे हैं आपके लोग, 2 नंबर की बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ चुके हैं, अन्य बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ रहे हैं। आप अपने लोगों को रोकिए, रिक्वेस्ट है, आप अपने लोगों को रोकिए, वो बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ रहे हैं। भेष में होकर के पुलिस के साथ प्लीज अराजकता ना करें, इतना रिक्वेस्ट है आप लोगों से, सभी से, प्लीज आपसे निवेदन है, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज आप न करें।
And ladies and gentlemen, that's not all. There is another video. In video number 3, he is seen dialing whom? Akhilesh Yadav, where he speaks of fighting a solo battle. Watch this video.
नारायण कैसे हैं आप? अब देखिए, अब हम तो अपना लड़ रहे हैं, अपनी लड़ाई अभिमन्यु की तरह चक्रव्यूह में लड़ रहे हैं। देखिए, जब कोई बच्चा हिंदू घर में पैदा होता है, हिंदू माँ बाप से, जन्मते ही उसका गंगा यमुना में स्नान करने का जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार हो जाता है। उससे उसको वंचित नहीं किया जा सकता। इन्होंने हमको संगम स्नान से वंचित कर दिया। कितना बड़ा संवैधानिक जो है इन्होंने प्रश्न खड़ा किया है कि क्या किसी हिंदू बच्चे को आप स्नान से वंचित कर सकते हो? कर दिया इन्होंने। हाँ जी सही है।
देखिए बनारस में तोड़ दिया, आपसे अच्छा कौन नहीं जानता इस साल कितने मंदिर तोड़े इन्होंने, कितनी।
हाँ सही है।
आप तो आगे हैं, आप सब जान। और देखिए खबर बदल दी कि कोई नहीं तोड़ा, कुछ नहीं तोड़ा,
सारा तोड़ दिया इन्होंने। 150 मंदिर हमारे तोड़ दिए हैं और अभी भी तोड़ते चले जा रहे हैं।
और कईयों पे तो अवशेष रखे हुए मंदिर के टूटे हुए।
यही बात है।
तो हम आपके साथ हैं, पंडित जी आएंगे, आपसे मिलेंगे आके।
ठीक है जी, ठीक है।
All right, viewers, now let's move on to our next top story. Now, in a major turnaround from the White House, President Donald Trump has dropped his threat to impose steep tariffs on the several European countries as he announced a framework deal on Greenland. Let's watch this report for more information.
Big relief for Europe. US President Donald Trump drops his tariff threat after talks with NATO and announces a framework deal on Greenland.
It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired. There's nothing wrong with it.
The standoff is over. No trade war, at least for now. Earlier this week, Donald Trump had warned that he would impose tariffs of up to 25% on 8 European countries unless they agreed to US terms regarding Greenland. The tariffs were scheduled to take effect in February. From Davos, the US president announced a framework agreement, saying that there is no final deal yet, but talks are moving forward.
All we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where if there is a war, much of the action will take place on that piece of ice. Think of it. Those missiles would be flying right over the center of that piece of ice.
Furthermore, Donald Trump ruled out the use of military force to seize the territory, which was a point of concern among European partners.
People thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them.
Trump's earlier comments had strained relations with Denmark, of which Greenland is an autonomous territory, as well as with the European Union. The European Parliament even suspended ratification of a US-EU trade agreement in response to US threats. Reports say talks with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte helped pave the way for the new framework, which focuses on cooperation in the Arctic region rather than territorial transfer. Financial markets reacted positively to Trump's reversal of threatened tariffs and the announcement of the framework. For now, pressure is off, talks are on, and diplomacy back in play. Trump steps back from tariffs and puts the Greenland issue on a diplomatic track.
Now, Republic TV's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, decodes this speech which was given by the President of the United States, that is Donald Trump, at the World Economic Forum. Now, the choice of words will be portrayed in the safe light by the Western media. But the actual meaning behind the speech shows the intent of a true colonizer.
The world is in denial, but I think Trump has just announced that he's taking over Greenland completely, and he doesn't expect the Europeans to put up a fight. What has he said? He has threatened the use of excessive force. You know, the Western media, they've got it all wrong. They don't know how to understand what a person means. The New York Times, Washington Post, they don't understand what has been said. They're saying that force is off the table. They're 100% wrong. Force is on the table by saying that he does not want to use excessive force. Trump is actually saying that if he doesn't get Greenland, he will use excessive force. The problem with the Western media is that it's sold out even to Trump. What has Trump said? He said, if you say yes, I'll be appreciative. That is to give Greenland. If you don't give Greenland, we will remember. Again, in the backdrop, the excessive use of force. He says, we're a great power. We showed what we can do in Venezuela. Fourth example, he said, we need the right title and ownership of Greenland. Ownership of Greenland. You see, the Europeans are a weak continent. They can do nothing. They have been run over by illegal immigrants. And today they are weak economically, they are weak militarily. And today, look at the words Trump is saying. He says, I want the ownership of Greenland. Who will want to defend a piece of ice? If there is a war, most of the fighting will be on that piece of ice. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a declaration of intent that he's ready for war with the Europeans. The weak Europeans will write in their papers that no, Trump has taken force off the table and we will negotiate. The fact is they've already caved in. Ladies and gentlemen, he has also said, I want the immediate discussion on the acquisition of Greenland. And then said, we've been treated unfairly by NATO in the past. 6 clear, unambiguous threats. Give me Greenland or face excessive military force. Now, do I have any sympathies for NATO, for the Europeans? Absolutely not. The Europeans have been the biggest opportunists, the biggest imperialists, the biggest colonizers, the biggest slave traders, the people who thought that they owned the world, from the Portuguese to the Spanish, to, of course, the British and to the Dutch. What the Europeans are getting back today is their karma. Ladies and gentlemen, they were the second lieutenants to the United States, and the British always said, we have a special relationship. And therefore, together, they did what they did in Libya, they did what they did in Afghanistan, they did what they did in Yugoslavia, they did what they did in Bosnia, in Herzegovina, and around the world. And together, they went in and took over parts of the world as junior partners of the Americans. All they wanted was a little part of the action, a little part of the profit, a little part of the land. They wanted a little bit of the money. And Trump is reminding them today. He's reminding them, don't forget that you and I together launched a force in Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, they didn't think when they entered Afghanistan, when they exited Afghanistan. They did not think twice when they made up a false story about the weapons of mass destruction. When they did what they did to Gaddafi and to Saddam Hussein, their own creations, ladies and gentlemen, but they did what they had to, and without a doubt they did it. Ladies and gentlemen, today, if it's Trump versus NATO, Trump has gone to Davos and torn apart Article 5 of the NATO by saying, I want a total and complete purchase of Greenland, and warning NATO that who wants to defend that hunk of ice, that piece of ice. He has basically ripped apart in Davos before all the European nations. He's ripped apart Article 5 of NATO, which is the cornerstone of an alliance which says that an attack on any one of its ranks must be considered to be an attack on all. Ladies and gentlemen, NATO is today over. It's defunct. It's finished. It's destroyed. It doesn't exist. That's the reality. And Trump has said, come, give me my cash. I spent money defending you. You brought down your defense bills. Pay me back. Give me Greenland. Or face excessive force. And today, all the Europeans today, they are outgunned and agitated. They are weak and angry. I said a few days back that the world is today divided not between right and wrong, but between weak and strong. And this is a lesson for India too. The fact of the matter is, America has 5,300 plus nuclear warheads. Europe has 515. America has 20 aircraft carriers. Europe has 6 or 7. Europe has 5,000 aircraft. America has 15,000 aircraft. The US economy is much, much bigger than the Europeans. And today, the fact is, America's growth rate is faster than that of Europe. Everywhere you go, people laugh about how the Europeans don't want to work, that there is no entrepreneurship in Europe, how Europe has been taken over by illegal immigrants from all over the world. So we may be upset and angry at what Trump has done, but Trump is doing what he's doing because he can afford to do it. He's not trying to be popular in Europe. He's trying to be popular in the United States of America. Now, it is very unfair. The way he talks, he's rude, he's abusive. But to go to Davos and call the Europeans stupid in their face, not once, not twice, but 3 times. In different contexts, he has called them stupid people. And then said, I'm taking Greenland. If you stop me, prepare for a war on that piece of ice. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say one last thing about the media. The Western media are a bunch of liars. They are putting out a headline today saying Trump has taken force off the table. No. Even by saying so, they are trying to give a consolation prize to themselves. Trump has put force on the table and said, don't force me to use force, but I'm willing to do it if you don't give me Greenland. The shoe pinches on the other foot. The colonizer is now being colonized. The Dutch must remember their own history. The British must remember their own history. The Spanish, the Portuguese, everyone who took over different parts of the world for slave trade and for profit. Europe is being colonized today, and they can't believe what just happened. Well, they can go back and read the history of their own imperial past.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
At Amity University's 2-week summer school, students of classes 9 to 12 get to explore future undergraduate programs as per their interest from over 30 disciplines. Students attend lectures by Amity University faculty, gain experience at over 400 labs and learning studios, and attend personality enhancement workshops. Register now at amity.edu/summerschool.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV and I am Riyanka Chaudhary. Our focus on the World Economic Forum at Davos and Donald Trump's big message, all the developments coming in from the key summit. We bring you all the details, but first, the headlines. The top headlines coming in, last video of techie Yuvraj Mehta accessed by Republic. Firefighters seen absolutely clueless while Yuvraj was struggling. Shankaracharya controversy gets bigger. Second notice issued to self-styled godman. Yogi government issues ultimatum to self-styled godmen and lifetime ban on seer from Magh Mela likely to be imposed. US Aviation Safety Group report claims Air India Boeing 787 suffered repeated technical and electric failures. Boeing to consult India's AAIB. Captain Sabarimala's father speaks to Republic, appeals to Government of India saying family being harassed despite the cover-up. Conspiracy, anything you want to say about it? Rani Kapoor is calling to dissolve the family trust. Do you have to say anything on it? Priya, any response? Republic confronts Priya Sachdev amid Sanjay Kapoor legacy battle. She dodges her mics, goes silent. High voltage drama in Karnataka Assembly. Governor walks out. State says cabinet approved speech mandatory to read. NDA conducts back-to-back meetings ahead of Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. Piyush Goyal meets AIADMK's EPS in Chennai. Viewers, breaking news coming in. A Meitei man was allegedly kidnapped and feared killed by armed miscreants in Manipur's Churachandpur district on Wednesday evening. The man has been identified as Rishikanta Mayangambla, a Meitei man also known by his tribal name. He's the husband of Chingnu Haukip. According to available information, Rishikanta was abducted around 6:30 p.m. on 21st of January from Tuibong area of Churachandpur district while staying at his wife's residence. The abductors are suspected to be members of the United Kuki National Army. These are the details coming in from the sources. The armed miscreants reportedly took both the husband and his Kuki wife towards Najang area under Hengle police station in Churachandpur district. While the wife was later released, Rishikanta is suspected to have been eliminated by the abductors. Police have confirmed the incident and the recovery of the body. In fact, a police official told Republic TV that the victim had been staying in the area for past 1 month. The victim hails from Kakching, Kuno in the Kakching district. In fact, the security agencies have launched an investigation into the case. And that's the latest development coming in from Churachandpur in Manipur, where a very, very tragic incident of a man, a Meitei man, was allegedly kidnapped and now feared killed by armed miscreants in Manipur's Churachandpur district. All right, my colleague is joining us live on the broadcast. Take us through these developments coming in. A Meitei man was allegedly kidnapped and now feared killed by the armed miscreants in Churachandpur district. Give us all the details that you have. Can you hear me? I think your audio is muted. Would like you to unmute and help us understand what are the developments coming in.
Okay, actually, road blockade is going on in discussing Kuno Lamkai right now because of the incident, because of the distance sky, and they are demanding a reply from the governor and IGP.
All right, what we are given to understand at this point in time, that the information which has been available, that around 6:30 p.m. on 21st of January, he was abducted. Rishikanta was abducted, and this is while he was staying at his wife's residence. What are the information coming in terms of his wife's condition? We are given to understand that she was released.
Yeah, she was released, and as per information that we received is that he was staying at his wife's residence from December 19 onwards, taking some kind of permission, alleged permission from the so-called KNA, an arm wing of KNO. So after that, he stayed there for almost 1 month, and suddenly, yesterday at around 6:30 p.m. on January 21st, at around 6:30 p.m., 3 members of this UKNA came, forcibly into his wife's residence, and that 3 members kidnapped his wife along with this guy, and later his wife was released from that area, and then he was killed.
That's right. That's right. Lingtoi, also, if we talk about the condition there, the situations that are continuing to take place in Manipur, given the differences between, the groups of Kuki and Meitei, we see that the tensions continue to rise because this kind of an incident is coming into light, and this does create a lot of fear amongst the people. Lingtoi.
Yeah. So actually, the recent incident has, triggered, fresh tension among the communities who are residing here, and like both of the communities, mainly they thought peace and normalcy is on the way. However, the sudden incident has sparked a new, triggered a new tension among the communities who are residing in Manipur right now.
That's right. Lingtoi, thank you for giving the details and joining us from Manipur with all the updates coming in. We continue to track the details on this story. Viewers, with that now, we shift our focus to more news and updates coming in on the broadcast. Shifting our focus, viewers, to Bengaluru, where a serious case of sexual harassment has been reported at the Kempegowda International Airport, where a foreign woman was allegedly molested by an airport staff member during a security check. Now, according to the police sources, the incident occurred when the woman had arrived at the airport to board a flight to Korea. The accused airport staffer allegedly approached her under the pretext of checking her ticket and baggage, claiming that a beep sound was coming from her bag and that a separate check was required. The accused reportedly told the woman that going to a regular checking counter would cause her to miss the flight and instead took her to men's restroom. There, under the guise of security screening, he allegedly touched her private parts and hugged her from behind. When the woman resisted and objected, the accused reportedly disengaged and left the spot. All right, viewers, joining me at this point in time is the Korean woman who has been, of course, sexually abused by the Air India staffer. She is joining us live. Her name is Kim Sung Kyung. Thank you for joining us on Republic. Kim, first of all, it is very uncomfortable. I understand the situation that you had to go through. And we are all together with you and we understand the situation that has occurred. But also to understand what exactly had happened, I would request you to give us the details.
So after passing the immigration check, he's coming to me and asking flight ticket and identify my name and everything. And asking the question about my check-in luggage. So I said that he asking anything illegal is there. So I said, no, sir. And he said there is my luggage make a sound of the beep, beep. So he explained like a bomb. So he asked me I need another check. So I agree with it. So after TSA, he say it's about security. So he asked me to men's washroom. So I was feel very off, but since it's about national security and terrorism, so I agree to go. But after inside of men's washroom, inappropriating touch and the hug is happened. So I was realized that was not a formal way, and this is not about security at all. So I report this guy immediately.
That's right. That's right. Kim, also, if I try to understand what kind of help did you receive? What was your first reaction? Who did you reach out to at the airport? We also know that that particular person who abused you has been arrested. In fact, a complaint has also been lodged. But at that point, when he disengaged after you resisted his moves, who did you reach out to first and what kind of a support did you get from the airport staff?
So since it's after immigration the process, I need to discharge myself. So I going to the Singapore Airlines staff to discharging because of this kind of case, and they helping me to going to airports security, and they helping me to processing this smoothly and not feeling insecure. And also, since he having some Air Asia name tag, the Air Asia also came and then asking sorry, and then they are helping me to go to police station as well. So yeah, everyone was helping me. The Singapore Airline, Air India, the India airport, the three of them was helping me.
That's right. As you mentioned that you did receive help by the police and by the other staff members. What do you look to demand forward? Because such an incident which has happened with you, we do not want, and so do you. You do not want anybody else to face such an incident. What do you demand further from the authorities and from such people who carry out these abuses very smoothly, very comfortably at these particular areas?
Yes, since it's about coming with the national security, and this is very serious place to be feel safe and everything. So I think any authority can fix this system error. That anyone who have authority but having some bad moral, anyone can have this system is going to fix and never gonna happen to anyone again.
That's right. Kim, thank you for joining us and sharing your experience. We will be, of course, tracking this story very, very closely. For now, viewers, we shift our focus to more news and updates coming in on the broadcast. Viewers, a US-based aviation safety advocacy group has alleged that Air India Boeing 787 that crashed in Ahmedabad on 12th of June 2025 had a long history. A history of technical problems, claiming safety concerns linked to the aircraft type are being downplayed globally. The Foundation for Aviation Safety said it submitted a presentation to the US Senate asserting that the aircraft experienced system failures from its first day of service back in 2014, including electrical, software and wiring faults, power losses and overheating components. The analysis of more than 2,000 Boeing 787 system failure reports and pointed out to specific incidents such as power panel fire back in January 2022 and landing gear system failures and faults in April 2022. Now, Boeing, responding to the claims, said it would defer to India's Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau with the international investigation protocols. And viewers, we also listen in to this phone recording, an audio recording that has been sent to Republic by the grieving father of Captain Sabarimala.
Sabarimala, father of late Captain Sumit Sabarimala, express my sincere gratitude to Captain Randhawa and the Federation of Indian Pilots for standing with our family with dignity and professionalism in our pursuit of truth and fairness. While we continue to grieve, we have faced repeated distress in the name of inquiry. I am constrained to state that AIB for persistently attempted to call the youngest pilots of our family for questioning despite their having no connection whatsoever with the case. This has caused unnecessary trauma and most to harassment of a bereaved family. I appeal to the Government of India to take urgent cognizance of this. An accident investigation must be independent, evidence-led, and are conducted with sensitivity, not through pressure or intimidation. It is for these reasons that we were compelled to approach the Honorable Supreme Court for protection and due process. My son, Captain Sumit Sabarimala, was a thorough professional and a man of integrity. He had a spotless flying carrier during his service for more than 25 years. And then any attempt to prejudge the outcome or threaten, blame without complete technical evidence is unjust and contrary to the principle of natural justice and aviation safety. Our only request is for fair, transparent, and impartial investigation free from prejudice and victimization.
And with that, viewers, moving on to some more news and updates coming in on the broadcast. A chilling murder caught on CCTV has shaken the national capital. On Wednesday night in Delhi's Mangolpuri, a 25-year-old man was chased, cornered and stabbed to death by 4 youths, all of it captured on camera. Here's the full report.
These chilling CCTV visuals show the brutal stabbing of Akash, a 25-year-old resident of Mangolpuri. He's seen running for his life, chased by 4 youths armed with knives through a narrow lane in Mangolpuri. Akash desperately tries to enter a nearby house for safety, but the door is shut. Seconds later, the attackers catch hold of him and begin brutally stabbing him multiple times in full public view. After the assault, the attackers flee the spot. Akash is seen lying motionless on the ground, bleeding heavily. He was rushed to hospital but was declared dead on arrival. Police say multiple teams have been formed and CCTV footage is now being scanned. The Delhi police say the suspects have been identified and raids are underway. The motive behind the murder is still being investigated.
Shifting our focus, viewers, a major turnaround from the White House. President Donald Trump has dropped his threat to impose the steep tariffs on several European countries as he announced a framework deal on Greenland and Arctic cooperation. The move has erased diplomatic tensions and lifted the global markets.
Big relief for Europe. US President Donald Trump drops his tariff threat after talks with NATO and announces a framework deal on Greenland.
It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired. There's nothing wrong with it.
The standoff is over. No trade war, at least for now. Earlier this week, Donald Trump had warned that he would impose tariffs of up to 25% on 8 European countries unless they agreed to US terms regarding Greenland. The tariffs were scheduled to take effect in February. From Davos, the US president announced a framework agreement, saying that there is no final deal yet, but talks are moving forward.
All we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right, title, and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where if there is a war, much of the action will take place on that piece of ice. Think of it. Those missiles would be flying right over the center of that piece of ice.
Furthermore, Donald Trump ruled out the use of military force to seize the territory, which was a point of concern among European partners.
People thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it, as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them.
Trump's earlier comments had strained relations with Denmark, of which Greenland is an autonomous territory, as well as with the European Union. The European Parliament even suspended ratification of a US-EU trade agreement in response to US threats. Reports say talks with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte helped pave the way for the new framework, which focuses on cooperation in the Arctic region rather than territorial transfer. Financial markets reacted positively to Trump's reversal of threatened tariffs and the announcement of the framework. For now, pressure is off, talks are on, and diplomacy back in play. Trump steps back from tariffs and puts the Greenland issue on a diplomatic track.
And viewers, that's all we have for this bulletin. More news and updates on the other side. Let's take a look what's coming up next. Republic confronts Priya Sachdev Kapoor over the legacy battle. She remains silent, dodges our mics. This and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very
MBH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MBH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, शंकराचार्य और प्योर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
At Amity University's 2-week summer school, students of classes 9 to 12 get to explore future undergraduate programs as per their interest from over 30 disciplines. Students attend lectures by Amity University faculty, gain experience at over 400 labs and learning studios, and attend personality enhancement workshops. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep
Hello viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We will outline that for you in the show, from the developments from the World Economic Forum to the probe into the death of a techie in Noida. We'll get to all those details, but the headlines first. Let's get started.
कोशिश तो कर।
The top headlines we're tracking right now. The last video of techie Yuvraj Mehta accessed by Republic. Firefighters seen absolutely clueless while Yuvraj was struggling. Shankaracharya controversy gets bigger. Second notice issued to self-styled Godman. Yogi government issues ultimatum to self-styled Godman. Avi Mukteshwar Nand lifetime ban on Sia from Magh Mela likely to be imposed. US Aviation Safety Group report claims that Air India Boeing 787 suffered repeated technical and electrical failures. Boeing to consult India's AAIB. Captain Sabarimala's father speaks to Republic, appeals to government of India, saying families being harassed despite cover-up.
Allegations of conspiracy, anything you want to say about it? Rani Kapoor is calling to dissolve the family trust. Do you have to say anything on it? Priya, any response?
Republic confronts Priya Sachdeva amid Sanjay Kapoor legacy battle. She dodges our mics, goes silent. High voltage drama in Karnataka Assembly. Governor walks out. State says cabinet approves speech mandatory to read. NDA conducts back-to-back meetings ahead of Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. Piyush Goyal meets AIDMK's EPS in Chennai. All right, getting some breaking news coming in, where in Kerala, the Youth Congress leaders are holding a protest over the Sabarimala gold theft case. So big updates coming in on Republic TV. Starting off with the top updates here. Let's tell you exactly what is happening so far. What we see is that breaking news is coming in on your screens. Thiruvananthapuram is a location. Youth Congress cadres have hit the streets. The Youth Congress cadres are staging protest over the Sabarimala gold theft case. The agitated cadres demand resignation of the Devaswam minister. Big updates coming in on Republic TV viewers. This is coming in the backdrop of the Sabarimala theft case, which has seen a lot of twists and turns. The latest that we're seeing for our viewers. We will try to, of course, go across to our colleague in a short while from now, because a short while back in the Kerala Assembly, The Kerala Assembly is already adjourned amid the uproar over Sabarimala gold theft controversy. The opposition is seeking the resignation of the Minister V.N. Vasavan and expulsion of the Travancore Devaswam Board President. Thiruvananthapuram, big row erupts over the Sabarimala theft case. And I think we have with us Shankar. Shankar, yes, what is happening? You know, Shankar, we can see that there is a lot of people have gathered there, and there's a protest. A lot of demands are also being made. Yes, Shankar.
Yes, the Youth Congress workers in Kerala have been protesting against the Sabarimala gold theft case. They demand a transparent probe into the case, and they say they demand the resignation of there was some Minister V. Vasavan. Even today morning, it is a continuation of the protest that took place in the morning to the Legislative Assembly, as the protesters were, as the UDF demanded, raised the issue in the Assembly in the morning, and the LDF was not, the LDF speaker denied permission for the UDF to discuss the issue in the Assembly in the morning. Following that, there was a protest staged by UDF for hours, and it disrupted the Assembly in the morning, and later the UDF boycotted the Assembly sessions. And in the meantime, in an extraordinary move, all the ruling party members also came out of the Assembly and spoke to the media, stating that the Assembly, there has been a transparent probe taking place by the Special Investigation Team and the Enforcement Directorate in the case. And in the meantime, it was even without giving a notice, the UDF raised the issue in the Assembly. Then the UDF leaders stated that even before a few months back, the issue was raised through a notice in the Assembly, but the LDF speaker denied permission for the UDF to discuss the issue. And even in the morning, the UDF raised the issue at the Assembly, and the LDF was not willing to discuss the Sabarimala gold theft case in the morning, as it is the theft into the case has become
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you, Shankar. Thank you for getting those details coming in live. Thiruvananthapuram protests outside the Kerala Assembly. Let's move ahead, viewers. We have to shift our focus to Manipur, because in Manipur, what we're learning of is that a Meitei man has been feared, kidnapped, and killed by miscreants. So that's a top update that we are getting for you from Manipur. Just getting you some more information on this new development which is coming in. A Meitei man was allegedly kidnapped and feared killed by the armed miscreants in Manipur in the Churachandpur district. And the man has been identified as Rishikanta Mayan Glamba, a Meitei man also known by his tribe, and he has actually been staying there in Manipur. According to the information, Rishikanta was abducted around 6:30 p.m. on Jan 21st. This is in the Churachandpur area while staying at his wife's residence. The abductors are suspected to be members of the United Kuki National Army. The armed miscreants reportedly took both the husband and his Kuki wife towards the Najjang area under the police station in Churachandpur. Linthoi is joining us. Our reporter getting us those updates. Linthoi, what do we know so far about the kidnapping and the alleged death of this Meitei man? What is the latest coming in?
Okay, so what happened is that those underground groups who kidnapped him is not it's a non-Sioux group, and after the incident, what happened is that Thadau in Manipur also condemned this incident. Meanwhile, the families of the deceased has yet to confirm. Before he reached, the Churachandpur district, it is said that he did not inform his family before he reached in Churachandpur. So we are approaching to the family to confirm their statement. And after all, also we are trying to reach out the SP of Churachandpur district to confirm the incident.
Yes, we're showing some visuals which are on the screen. Manipur youth kidnapped and shot dead. These are disturbing visuals for our viewers which are coming in. But, we're also getting to know, Linthoi, that the armed miscreants took both the husband and the wife towards the Najjang area. And while the wife was released, Rishikanta is suspected to have been eliminated. What do we know about this aspect? Because the wife was released.
Yeah, as per an audio recording which was released in various social media platforms, the wife allegedly said that she and her husband was abducted by the alleged UKNO members. 3 members forcibly entered her house, and then they forcibly took her with her husband, and later she was released. And after she was released, that husband was shot dead.
Linthoy, we're coming to know, we're getting some fresh inputs coming in that there's a protest happening as well.
Yeah, protest is going
yes.
on. Yeah, protest is going on at the at the area of the deceased guy. It is that the protest is right now going on at this Kaksing Kunau Lamkai right now. So there are mob is going on over there. So actually, I'm approaching to the spot right now.
All right. All right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you for more, Linthoy, on this story. All right, getting you some updates coming in, viewers. There's a video that has emerged, and this is the last moments of Yuvraj, the techie who died drowning in Sector 150 because authorities, they reached too late. So we have the last video, and it once again leads to a lot of questions which need to be answered. This is the last video of Yuvraj. A video that has surfaced after the death of the Noida-based techie Yuvraj, who drowned after his car fell into an open drain, shows critical delays and apparent confusion among firefighters at the scene. In this footage, the rescuers are heard about asking Yuvraj about the depth of the water, telling him to wait as they had called for another vehicle while he is seen flashing his mobile phone torch from inside the car. And the video has raised serious questions. Let's go ahead and play out that video.
अपने आप को सेफ रखते हुए क्या कोशिश तो कर कैसे
झाड़ियों में फंस रहा ना आदमी पैर ही नहीं चल रहा है
क्या कह रहा है क्या बेटा ज्यादा ये बहुत गहरा पानी पैर भी ना आ रहे और इससे ये पीछे फ्लो कर रहा है मुझे अच्छा आगे नहीं जाने दे रही जाके रस्सी फेंको जरा यहाँ तो फेंको कोशिश करो नहीं से जाएगी जैकेट बेटा रुक जाओ एक गाड़ी और मैंने मंगाई है
बहुत अच्छे दोस्त
अपने आप को सेफ रखते हुए अरे पानी क्या कोशिश तो कर कैसे
झाड़ियों में फंस रहा ना आदमी पैर ही नहीं चल रहा है
क्या कह रहा है क्या बेटा ज्यादा ये बहुत गहरा पानी पैर भी ना आ रहे और इससे ये पीछे फ्लो कर रहा है मुझे अच्छा आगे नहीं जाने दे रही जाके रस्सी फेंको जरा यहाँ तो फेंको कोशिश करो नहीं से जाएगी जैकेट बेटा रुक जाओ एक गाड़ी और मैंने मंगाई है शांत रहना उसी जगह पे रहना
Okay, let's go across to Shivam, who's joining us live from our newsroom. Shivam, we saw that video, and we see that the rescuers are asking him that how deep is the water. Now, we know that the SIT probe has already been ordered by CM Yogi to find out what really went wrong that Yuvraj could not be saved.
Definitely, there has been an SIT probe, and also the various questions have been raised because this is a sort of criminal negligence. There is an angle of corruption that is also involved. If you look at the pit, the entire land, that land was once sold to one party, and then the party sold the land in as many plots to other parties, and the authority wasn't even able to track who the owner was. It was supposed to be a mall there, now it became a pawn. Now, coming back to the latest visual that we have right now of the video that we showed just now, it also shows the negligence and the delay by the authorities, especially the rescue teams, who could have very well saved the techie while he was asking for help. He was pleading for help, and he was showing the mobile torchlight, and the car headlight was also on. He was continuously asking, he was continuously pleading for help, but there was a sort of a criminal delay. This is a part of a negligence that happened there, and this is what caused the death of the techie. Let me tell you, let me remind you, during the time when he was stuck in that water, in that pond, on the top of his car, he was continuously in conversation with his father. He was informing his father about what was happening there, and he gave a detailed description of that area where he was stuck and everything. Now the firefighting team was there, NDRF team was there, but nobody jumped into the water. Nobody went forward to rescue the techie who was stuck in the middle of the water. And because of this delay, we lost a life. We lost the life of the techie, which very well could have been saved. He could have been saved because time was very crucial, time was very critical. And during that time, the delay that happened, that caused the death of the techie. This is the latest detail that we are fetching. And also the conversation that was happening between the rescuers and also the techie. They were continuously communicating with each other, and he was being told that, beta, please wait, son, please wait. We are arranging another vehicle who will come for rescue. So that was the part of the delay that should have been avoided. Somebody should have jumped inside the water.
And the SIT probe will, of course, find out more details about what really went wrong, Shivam. Thank you for getting us all those details. I really have to move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking here. It's a recent showcase of the Indian military firepower. It proved India's growing military strength, from tanks and artillery like the T-90 Bhishma Arjun and the K-9 Vajra to advanced systems like Nag, BrahMos and Akash. We also spoke to the officers behind these weapons to understand what it takes to operate them, which gave us a clear glimpse into India's operational readiness and the true might of the Indian Armed Forces. Here is more on the story.
The Republic Day parade, we witnessed the true military might of the Indian Armed Forces. Leading the armoured formation were the BMP-2 infantry combat vehicles.
We can now see the BMP-2 crossing us. The BMP-2 is a vehicle that is equipped with the main gun, the 155mm gun, and behind that it has a capacity of carrying 7 to 12 crew members. These are used to insert men into high versatile locations. This is the indigenously developed anti-aircraft tracked vehicle by the Indian Army.
The battle-hardened T-90 Bhishma tanks and the indigenous Arjun main battle tanks with high-caliber main guns capable of engaging targets several kilometers away, and these platforms are comparable to America's Abrams and Russia's T-72s.
These are the Arjun Mark 1 tanks, indigenously developed and deployed in the field. These are the pride of India's nation. With a 155mm smoothbore gun and a range of approximately 800 kilometers. These tanks are been developed by the Indian Army and by the Indigenous Design Bureau of the Indian Army. These armor brigades have been equipped with the Kaveri armor.
With a strike range of around 4 kilometers and fire and forget capability similar to Israel's Spike and the US Javelin, following closely behind was the indigenous Nag anti-tank guided missile system. Rolling in next was the formidable K-9 Vajra self-propelled artillery system, which is capable of delivering devastating firepower at ranges exceeding 40 kilometers and giving a tough competition to South Korea's K-9 Thunder.
Behind that is the Vajra artillery system. Now these artillery systems are highly mobile, precise, and do away with the requirement of a towed vehicle. This automatically powered, diesel powered generator with 1500 bhp of power and a range of approximately 60 kilometers. This is one of the most powerful vehicles in the Indian Army, having the capability to strike deep into the enemy territory.
Next in line were the anti-drone warfare systems, and these systems provide India the ability to detect, jam and neutralize unmanned aerial threats.
Now this vehicle is of extreme importance because this is the newly developed anti-drone warfare system you can see in the hands of the soldier. This has the capability of using electronic microwave signals to stop drones from coming close to the forces, and this can ensure that drones are stopped without using ammunition or without the use of projectile weapons. This ensures that the cost effectiveness of the attack is reduced by a significant margin.
Alongside them move the highly agile anti-tank mobile teams. Equipped with portable missile systems capable of striking armored targets from several kilometers away, these teams add speed, flexibility and lethal punch to India's ground combat doctrine. The army showcased a powerful mix of legacy Soviet-era artillery and modern M777 ultra-light howitzers. While older guns reflect decades of battlefield experience, the NATO-grade M777 capable of striking targets up to 30 kilometers.
These are Soviet-era guns that have gotten a new purpose due to the changing nature of warfare. These Soviet-era guns have now been equipped with modern radar and ranging systems, ensuring that they provide a capable defense against drones, incoming drones. Now, this initially was developed as an anti-aircraft gun for low-flying targets, but however, the changing nature of war is such that these guns have gotten a new lease on life and they have a new defined purpose of doing anti-drone warfare for the Indian Army.
The multi-barrel rocket launching systems, including the Pinaka system, followed next, with strike ranges exceeding beyond 70 kilometers and comparable in role to the US HIMARS and Russia's Smerch.
Behind me you can see the multi-barrel rocket launching system. This played a crucial role during Operation Sindoor. The multi-barrel rocket launching system is a Soviet-era designed multi-barrel rocket launcher. This has been developed further by the DRDO and has now an increased capability of 120 kilometers. This multi-barrel rocket launching system has provided Indian Army with the ability to do area denial, accurate attacks, and most importantly, devastating firepower for the Indian Army. Behind that is the Pinaka system that has been developed by the DRDO. This Pinaka system has a multitude of rockets and multitude of rocket types that have been inducted with a range of approximately 90 to 120 kilometers. This is one of the longest range rocket launching systems in the Indian Army. It also played a very crucial role during Operation Sindoor because this has been completely developed in India and has provided the Indian Army with the capability to do deep strikes within the enemy territory without exposing themselves to enemy fire.
Missile systems used during Operation Sindoor were also seen moving past the parade. These platforms underline India's operational readiness and reflect missile capabilities that have been proven in the real-world conditions. The BrahMos and Akash missile systems drew particular attention, with BrahMos the fastest supersonic cruise missile in the world, capable of striking targets close to 300 kilometers away, and Akash providing robust air defense coverage up to 25 kilometers.
This is the BrahMos missile system. This is the most powerful, most lethal missile system in the Indian forces. A supersonic missile system that devastated Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. This is the reason why Pakistan had to back down during Operation Sindoor.
Following these astonishing visuals, we witnessed the ceremonial 21-gun salute. The guns truly showed their might during the firing ceremony. We even spoke with the commanding officer Major Pawan Shekhawat regarding the entire ceremony.
First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to mention that it's a matter of immense pride and privilege for the ceremonial battery to provide 21 gun salute on the occasion of 77th Republic Day this year. Now coming on to the significance. 21 gun salute is one of the highest military honor that is given on Republic Day, Independence Day, and whenever head of state visits there in India.
This truly shows the capability and the might of the Indian Armed Forces.
Viewers, our next story comes from the national capital. We see that a killing has been caught on CCTV. A young man was chased, cornered and then stabbed by youth in Delhi's Mangalpuri. Here's more.
These chilling CCTV visuals show the brutal stabbing of Akash, a 25-year-old resident of Mangalpuri. He's seen running for his life, chased by 4 youths armed with knives through a narrow lane in Mangalpuri. Akash desperately tries to enter a nearby house for safety, but the door is shut. Seconds later, the attackers catch hold of him and begin brutally stabbing him multiple times in full public view. After the assault, the attackers flee the spot. Akash is seen lying motionless on the ground, bleeding heavily. He was rushed to hospital but was declared dead on arrival. Police say multiple teams have been formed and CCTV footage is now being scanned. The Delhi police say the suspects have been identified and raids are underway. The motive behind the murder is still being investigated.
All right, getting you much coming up on the side. We'll continue to be live and breaking. Coming up next, we see that there is more developments in the case of the self-styled government.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। शंकराचार्य और मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. US President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. If they do that, we'll consider.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest on India's #1 news network, Republic. We'll get to all the top updates coming in, but the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines. Last video of techie Yuvraj Mehta accessed by Republic. Firefighters seen absolutely clueless while Yuvraj was struggling. Shankaracharya controversy gets bigger. Second notice issued to self-styled government. Yogi government issues ultimatum to self-styled government. Avi Mukteshwar Anand. Lifetime ban on CF from Mela likely to be imposed. US Aviation Safety Group report claims Air India Boeing 787 suffered repeated technical and electrical failures. Boeing to consult India's AAIB. Captain Sabarimala's father speaks to Republic, appeals to government of India saying family is being harassed despite cover-up.
Anything you want to say about it? Rani Kapoor is calling to dissolve the family trust. Do you have to say anything on it? Priya, any response?
Republic confronts Priya Sajdev and amid Sanjay Kapoor legacy battle, she dodges our mics and goes silent. High voltage drama in Karnataka Assembly. Governor walks out. State says cabinet approved speech mandatory to read. NDA conducts back-to-back meeting ahead of Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. Piyush Goyal meets AIADMK CPS in Chennai. All right, viewers, getting you some more updates coming in. There is a report coming in from a US advocacy group which says that the Air India plane which crashed in Ahmedabad had a lot of issues. There were a lot of problems within, I repeat, within that All right, getting you these pictures coming in live. This is the Youth Congress stage protest over Sabarimala gold theft case, Thiruvananthapuram. We see these pictures which are coming in from Kerala. In Thiruvananthapuram, Youth Congress leaders are holding a protest against Kerala government. We saw that there was a big showdown which happened in the Kerala Assembly today itself. Just getting you these updates coming in. This is the Sabarimala theft case, and this case has taken a lot of twists and turns. Water cannons are being used against the protesters who have turned up in large numbers to protest. Short while back in the morning, Kerala Assembly was adjourned amid uproar over Sabarimala gold theft controversy. Opposition seeks resignation of the Devaswam Minister V.N. Vasavan and expulsion of the TDB, the Travancore Devaswam Board President. Pictures on your screen from Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. The protest getting quite intense, and barricades are they're trying to break the barricades as well. We can see that there's a huge protest of these protesters who are trying to break through the barricades. Pictures coming in first on Republic TV from Kerala. Now, we have seen that there has been a lot of chaos, unruly scenes earlier in the day over the Sabarimala gold theft case. The opposition and the ruling sides are locking horns after the proceedings have been happening, and they've been locking horns over the Sabarimala gold theft case. And the leader of opposition has informed the Speaker of the opposition that they would continue its protest inside the assembly, and they are seeking the resignation of the Devaswam minister. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague. Joining us live, we have with us Shankar. Shankar, what is happening? The protests are getting quite intense now.
Yes, the Youth Congress workers staged a mass protest in front of the Legislative Assembly, where the UDF leaders had the Congress and all the UDF leaders had a clash with the LDF workers in the morning, and it continued through the Youth Congress workers who reached the spot massively staging a protest. They were blocked by placing barricades across the road by the police, and there were sometimes the police had to clash with the protesters, Youth Congress workers, who even unleashed an attack against the cops and tried to jump across the barricades, and the police had to resort to water cannons and even lathi charges to disperse the crowd. But the Youth Congress workers were not even willing to disperse. They were camped at the locality despite the police given several times the direction to disperse from the spot. And now the protesters are now sat in front of the assembly on the road, and the protests even continue. But the situation is quite normal right now, as several protesters were injured in the lathi charge, and they were hospitalized as the police used water cannons and it caused the injury among some workers, and they were hospitalized. And the police are now planning to take some Youth Congress workers into custody and record their arrests. After recording their arrests, they will be released on station bail after a couple of hours. But in the morning, there was an intense protest in the assembly by the UDF workers, as the session started off with the UDF members demanded to discuss the Sabarimala gold theft case in the assembly, and also demanded the resignation of the Aviation minister. However, the LDF workers, even the speaker, was not willing to allow the UDF workers to allow the discussion on the Sabarimala gold theft case, by citing that the case is being investigated by the special investigation team and the enforcement directorate. By citing this, the UDF members the opposition was not given an opportunity to discuss this in the assembly, and it annoyed the UDF workers, and they boycotted the session. And inside the assembly, there was a clash between the UDF workers and with the LDF workers, and there was a heated exchange of words between the UDF workers and the LDF workers when the UDF workers questioned the very authenticity of the probe which is being conducted by the SIT, and also the involvement of CPM leaders in the incident, like some CPM leaders, 4 CPM leaders are inside the bar over the Sabarimala gold theft case, and this was questioned, and the ruling party criticized back by stating that by showing the pictures of the key accused Unnikrishnan Potti with the Sonia Gandhi and the UDF leader Adur Prakash, and the LDF leaders challenged the UDF to question these leaders first before criticizing the LDF, and after some time, even before the UDF members boycotting the assembly, the LDF went out of the assembly in an unprecedented move and spoke to media criticizing the UDF workers over their nexus with the accused in Sabarimala gold theft case. And in the meantime, in Kollam, the 11th accused, Tantri Kandaru Rajivaru, was taken into custody for questioning, and the bail application filed by N. Vasu, the former Devasan Board Commissioner, the bail application was rejected by the Supreme Court, and the probe is continuing, and the SIT is collecting more samples from the Sabarimala temple, and the ED is also holding a parallel probe, effective parallel probe simultaneously.
Yes, absolutely. Shankar is reporting live from Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. And Shankar, I'm coming back to you. You know, we also have to tell our viewers a little bit more about, these developments, because they have been building for the past few weeks now. And the leader of opposition is saying that the opposition will continue to protest inside the assembly. And we have seen that not just outside, the pictures that we're seeing, which are outside, but even inside, we have seen that the members of the opposition have trooped into the well of the house, raising placards. But what has the CM Vijay's government really said about this?
No, actually, we have only a few more months. Like the assembly election is supposed to be held in April second week. And even though it has not yet been officially announced, the opposition is planning to make the Sabarimala gold theft case a big weapon against the ruling LDF government, which faced a major setback in the last local body elections especially due to the Sabarimala gold theft case, as some of its leaders were under the bus. Even the Chief Minister, Pinarayi Vijayan, criticized UDF in the assembly by stating that they had not issued a notice in the assembly in advance to discuss Sabarimala gold theft case. Then the UDF replied that they had issued a notice even sometime back for discussing the issue in the assembly, but the speaker denied permission then, and this was the reason why they had not issued a notice this time, and they were planning to discuss this issue in the assembly, even if the notice was not given, and even the Chief Minister and the other minister, MP Rajesh, and other LDF ministers criticized the UDF. The criticism was mostly on the pictures which came out, which the pictures of the key accused came out with the leaders of UDF. And the UDF even sang the song, the KTA song, the controversial song that provided the maximum damage for the LDF in the local body elections. The UDF sang the song inside the assembly as well, and the assembly witnessed strange situations and unprecedented developments in the assembly by singing the song KTA inside the assembly, and the LDF came out of the assembly hall even before the UDF members came out. In fact, even though the session was boycotted by UDF, but it was the LDF leaders who came out of the assembly first and spoke to the media and started criticizing the UDF leaders over the Sabarimala gold theft case, and also questioned the very authenticity of the relationship between Congress leaders and the accused in the Sabarimala gold theft case.
All right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you for more, Shankar, because the situation is looking extremely tense in Kerala. Okay. Let's move ahead, viewers. A US-based aviation safety advocacy group has spoken about the Air India crash in Ahmedabad, and they have said that plane had a lot of issues, and the crash is being downplayed globally. So the glitches have been flagged. I'll just take our viewers to the latest which is coming in right now on the story. What we see is that the US-based aviation safety advocacy group has alleged that the Air India Boeing 787 that crashed in Ahmedabad had a long history of technical problems, claiming safety concerns linked to the aircraft type are being downplayed globally. A Foundation for Aviation Safety said it submitted a presentation to the US Senate asserting that the aircraft experienced system failures from its first day of service, including electrical, software and wiring faults, power losses and overheating components. FAS cited analysis of more than 2,000 Boeing 787 system failure reports and pointed to specific incidents such as power panel fire in Jan 2022 and landing gear system faults in April 2022. Boeing, responding to the claim, said it would defer to India's Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau in line with international investigation protocols. This is a group, U.S. Aviation Safety Advocacy Group, which has done this big expose that we are seeing on the crash, the Ahmedabad plane, Air India Boeing 787 that crashed in Ahmedabad.
Sabarwal, father of late Captain Sumit Sabarwal, express my sincere gratitude to Captain Randhawa and the Federation of Indian Pilots for standing with our family with dignity and professionalism in our pursuit of truth and fairness. While we continue to grieve, we have faced repeated distress in the name of inquiry. I am constrained to state that AIB for persistently attempted to call the youngest pilots of our family for questioning despite their having no connection whatsoever with the case. This has caused unnecessary trauma and most to harassment of a bereaved family. I appeal to the Government of India to take urgent cognizance of this. An accident investigation must be independent, evidence-led, and are conducted with sensitivity, not through pressure or intimidation. It is for these reasons that we were compelled to approach the Honorable Supreme Court for protection and due process. My son, Captain Sumit Sabarwal, was a thorough professional and a man of integrity. He had a spotless flying career during his service for more than 25 years. And any attempt to prejudge the outcome or threaten blame without complete technical evidence is unjust and contrary to the principle of natural justice and aviation safety. Our only request is for fair, transparent and impartial investigation free from prejudice and victimization.
All right, getting you some reactions coming in the self-styled Godwin case. And the first response has come in from UPCM Yogi on the Shankaracharya controversy. He has said that for a saint, nothing is more important than religion or nation. And if anyone acts against religion, one must remain vigilant against them. Big update coming in, viewers on Republic TV. And Shankaracharya, the Shankaracharya case, there are more developments coming in on the story. Just giving you a backdrop as to what has been happening here. A lot of updates have come in because there's a big controversy which has erupted in Uttar Pradesh over notice to religious leader over the use of the Shankaracharya title. And we have seen that there has been, just days after the Prayagraj Mela Authority had served a notice on Swami Avani Mukteshwaranand Saraswati, who is the head of the Jyotish Peeth of Badrinath, regarding the use of Shankaracharya title. We see that Yogi warns against those who are trying to use the title for gains. Okay, let's go ahead and play out that statement.
बहन और भाइयों, एक योगी के लिए, एक सन्यासी के लिए, एक संत के लिए धर्म और राष्ट्र से बढ़कर के कुछ नहीं हो सकता। यही उसके जीवन का ध्येय होना चाहिए। उसकी व्यक्तिगत प्रॉपर्टी कुछ नहीं होती, धर्म ही उसकी प्रॉपर्टी है, राष्ट्र ही उसका स्वाभिमान है। अगर कोई राष्ट्रीय स्वाभिमान को चुनौती देता है तो हमें खुल करके उसके सामने आकर के खड़ा हो जाना चाहिए, उसकी चुनौती का मुकाबला करने के लिए खड़ा होना चाहिए। कोई धर्म के खिलाफ आचरण करता है, क्योंकि ऐसे तमाम कालनेमी होंगे जो धर्म की आड़ में सनातन धर्म को कमजोर करने की साजिश रच रहे होंगे। हमें उनसे सावधान होना होगा, उनसे सतर्क रहना होगा।
The Shankaracharya controversy is only getting bigger, viewers. The Mela administration has issued a second notice to the massively controversial self-styled godman Avni Mukteshanand, seeking an explanation over alleged violations and asking why the land allotted to him and the facilities provided should not be cancelled. The notice also questions why he should not be banned from the Mela area and prohibited from entering the venue in the future. Accused of compromising on safety of devotees, this Swami Avni Mukteshanand has now received a notice.
स्वामी जी, यात्रा आपकी चल रही है दूसरे नोटिस के बावजूद, सभी भक्तों में काफी उल्लास भी है, क्या कुछ कहेंगे?
देखिए, बात यह है कि गौ माता की रक्षा का जो कार्य अपने हाथ में लिया है उसको कैसे छोड़ा जा सकता है। तो यहाँ पर जो गौ माता की प्रतिष्ठा के लिए प्रेरणा यात्रा हमारी आरंभ हुई है, मौनी अमावस्या के पहले से ही उसको हम जारी रखे हुए हैं।
लेकिन स्वामी जी, दूसरा जो नोटिस उसमें कहा गया है कि आपकी भूमि का आवंटन रद्द किया जा सकता है, आपको जो सुविधाएं दी जा रही हैं वो रद्द किया जा सकता है, मेले क्षेत्र से आपको प्रतिबंधित किया जा सकता है। क्या इस पर रिएक्शन होगा आपका?
भाई, जो उन्होंने दिया है ले लें, खुशी की बात है, लेकिन बताना पड़ेगा उनको, जनता को भी स्पष्ट करना पड़ेगा कि किस कारण से दिया था कि अब ले रहे हैं। आखिर देते समय अकल कहीं घास चरने गई थी, उस समय क्यों ध्यान नहीं था? अब कौन सा ध्यान ऐसा विशेष आ गया, सपना आ गया कि अब आपको वापस लेना पड़ रहा है? तो बताना पड़ेगा ना, जस्टिफाई करना पड़ेगा कि मेरा पहला निर्णय गलत था कि बाद वाला निर्णय गलत है। इसको उनको स्पष्ट करना पड़ेगा। आखिर उनका कोई एक निर्णय, दो विरुद्ध निर्णय ले रहे हैं, एक निर्णय गलत सिद्ध हो जाएगा, तो आखिर वो गलत निर्णय क्यों लिया था उन्होंने, ये तो उनको सिद्ध करना पड़ेगा।
लेकिन स्वामी जी, जो राजनीतिकरण के आरोप लग रहे हैं कि कई बीजेपी के कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं आप कांग्रेस से मिले हुए इसलिए इस तरह की बयानबाजी कर रहे हैं, इसीलिए सब नोटिस आ रहा है, इस पर क्या कहेंगे महाराज?
हम तो सनातन के आचार्य हैं और सनातन का आचार्य अपनी बात अपने धर्म के अनुसार कहता है, जिसके पक्ष में हो, जिसके विपक्ष में हो। जहाँ तक हिंदुओं की बात है, हिंदू जो है भाजपा में भी है, कांग्रेस में भी है, सपा में बसपा में भी है, तो हम तो हिंदू के आचार्य हैं ना। हमारा तो सब जगह अनुयायी हमारे हर पार्टी में है। इससे क्या लेना देना है कि कौन किस पार्टी का है? हम किसी पार्टी के नहीं हैं और हम सनातन धर्म के हैं।
लेकिन जो बात कही जा रही है कि आप श्रद्धा करिए कि आप शंकराचार्य हैं, कई सारे जो देखिए आपने जिक्र किया कि चारों दिशाओं में आपके शंकराचार्य हैं, उसमें से भी कई लोग देखिए आपके पक्ष में नहीं है, इस पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
4 शंकराचार्य इस देश में हैं, एक हम हैं ज्योतिष पीठ के शंकराचार्य, बाकी 3 पीठ के शंकराचार्य हैं। तीनों पीठों के शंकराचार्यों ने हमारे बारे में कोई कहा हो कि ये शंकराचार्य नहीं है तो बताइए।
ठीक है महाराज जी, जो आपने एक बात कही कि जब तक वचन नहीं मिलेगा आप तब तक आश्रम में आप नहीं जाएंगे, क्या वचन आपको चाहिए सीएम योगी से?
हमें कोई वचन नहीं चाहिए। सनातन धर्म के लोगों का जो असम्मान यहाँ पर किया गया है,
simultaneously areas. We must continue supporting Ukraine in its fight for just peace. We must become capable of defending ourselves on our own in Europe. We want to reduce dependencies that currently make us vulnerable. And fourth, we want to ensure that our economy can tap into its full potential for innovation and growth. This will only work if we work together as one European Union. And be assured, Germany pledges to take a special responsibility here. That is why we decided right at the start of my tenure to increase Germany's defense spending up to 5% of GDP. That is a huge increase. Boosting our military capabilities means to assert our sovereignty. By systematically strengthening our defense, we are reducing our economic and technological dependencies. And there is no room for isolationism and protectionism in this agenda. Instead, we are talking about strategically coordinated ties worldwide. Europe's trade ambitions are crystal clear. We want to be the alliance offering open markets and trade opportunities. We want to strengthen the rules for fair trade and level playing field. Europe must be the antithesis to state-sponsored, unfair trade practices, raw material protectionism, tech prohibition, and arbitrary tariffs. Tariffs, again, have to be replaced by rules, and those rules need to be respected by trading partners. On this, the EU is making great progress. Mercosur has been signed. And by the way, I deeply regret that the European Parliament has put another obstacle in our way yesterday. But rest assured, we will not be stopped. The Mercosur deal is fair and balanced. There is no alternative to it if we want to have higher growth in Europe. And most likely, this agreement will provisionally be put in place. In a few days' time, the President of the European Commission will travel to India to establish the principles of a free trade agreement between the subcontinent and the European Union. I was in India a week ago, and I have no doubt whatsoever that the era of great powers presents an opportunity for all of us and for all countries that favor regulations above arbitrary rule and see greater benefit in free trade than in protectionism and isolationism. And Europe is joining forces with new partners, as you do see in our efforts to finalize trade agreements with Mexico and Indonesia. In order to make best use of these new partnerships, we need to put our house in order at home. We are aware of those problems. Both Germany and Europe have wasted incredible potential for growth in recent years by dragging feet on reforms and unnecessarily and excessively curtailing entrepreneurial freedoms and personal responsibility. We are going to change that now. Security and predictability take precedence over excessive regulation and misplaced perfection. We must reduce bureaucracy substantially in Europe. The single market was once created to form the most competitive economic area in the world, but instead we have become the world champion of over-regulation. That has to end. I have therefore mobilized EU leaders to convene for a special summit on February 12, at which we intend to set the course. Giorgia Meloni and myself, we have formulated a set of proposals we would like to see addressed. Amongst them are some new ideas. We propose an emergency brake for bureaucracy, discontinuity for legislative work, a modernized EU budget putting competitiveness center stage. We want to have a fast, dynamic Europe and a service-oriented administration. I will insist that rapid progress be made, including on the Capital Markets Union. We cannot allow our European champions to continue being dependent on capital markets outside Europe. Instead, they should be able to grow in Europe, They should be able to be financed in Europe, and they should be able to go public in Europe. At home, we are making Germany competitiveness again as a place for business and investment both in industry and our many small and medium-sized enterprises. Let me tell you, the so-called Mittelstand in Germany has to be reckoned with. We are providing more targeted support to innovators, removing obstacles from their path and making it easier for them to access capital markets. We have reduced energy costs. The focus for our electricity supply is on a combination of renewable energies, storage and modern gas power plants. In the coming years, you will see massive investments in state-of-the-art power plants, power lines and heat supply. We will speed up efforts to expand and modernize infrastructure. 500 billion euro have been made available for this purpose. At the heart of our efforts lies digital transformation. Artificial intelligence requires industrial scale. Germany has one of the world's largest pools of industrial data. That is just one reason why we are investing in high-performance AI, gigafactories, speeding up the expansion of data centers, and creating the digital infrastructure for a competitive AI economy in Germany. Our research and technology policy is guided by a new high-tech agenda. We are global leaders in so many areas of cutting-edge research. We want to ensure that innovation gets to market more consistently, building industries of the future. And whoever wants to invest in the future, let me be clear, you will find a very strong partner in Germany. We want to be a leading investment location for global capital. Our policy is to mobilize private sector investments in infrastructure, high-tech and industrial transformation with clear rules, strong institutions and long-term reliability. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let the headlines of the day not confuse you. I urge you, look at the bigger picture. The world around us is changing at unprecedented pace. The direction it takes must worry us. A world of great powers is a new reality. Europe has gotten the message. Germany has as well gotten the message. We must and will live up to these challenges. My government will do its homework and pursue an ambitious reform agenda revolving around security, competitiveness and European unity. Let us be inspired by what is maybe the most important lesson of enlightenment. Our fate is in our hands. It is in our responsibility and our freedom to shape it. This historic task lies ahead of us. Germany wants to play a key role in mastering it. Many thanks for your attention.
German Chancellor speaking at Davos, speaking at the World Economic Forum, and big announcement coming in from Davos. Merz will be in India for the FTA, and this is ahead of that big FTA deal. And this is the breaking news we have right now. This is German Chancellor who was just a while back, a few days ago, he was in India. And he has made an announcement now that the president of the EU will travel to India for trade deal. Huge European delegation is headed to India now.
Started reforms with your coalition. I think you have the finance minister also on the first row. But how are you going to have Europe walk the talk? The Draghi report came last year. There was a lot of momentum, but how much of the Draghi report has now been implemented? 400 pages, the report, how to make this happen. And you mentioned the decision in the European Parliament last night, for example.
Now, many thanks for this important question. We have two reports on the table. The one is Mario Draghi's report on competitiveness. And the second one is Enrico Letta with his report on the completion of the internal market. So we will see them both when we have our extraordinary meeting of the European Council in Belgium on February 12th. We invited them to come, and Mario Draghi came to Berlin to see me on Tuesday this week, and we had a long discussion on how we could proceed on his proposals for more competitiveness of the European Union. My guess is that only 10% of his proposals had been put in place over the last 18 months. So we have to do much more than that. And that's the reason why I really welcome that he will come and see us, and we will have a very long debate. This is, so to say, an offside of the European Council, and we will only talk about competitiveness and only talk about how we can reduce red tape in this European Union and how we can make the way free for new investments. And my Minister of Economic Affairs and Energy is here as well. So we are seeing a lot of opportunities how we can do that. And my meetings during this Davos Economic Forum in this year making me extremely optimistic that there are many investors, many CEOs here seeing Germany as one of the key places for further investments. So we have to do our work. It will not be easy. I mentioned the European Parliament. This European Parliament may not become the bottleneck for all these decisions. The EU Commission has the monopole for making proposals. This is not easy. The European Union was never easy, but it's the best answer to what we can do on the European continent in this changing world. And my optimism is even bigger after having seen so many people here around the World Economic Forum in Davos this year than it was when I came in yesterday.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chancellor. I have been saying in some speeches also before Davos that one should not underestimate the industrial knowledge in Germany. So if you produce something and manufacture, you can also then pivot to something else as long as you know how to do industry. But last year, German economy grew again after 2 years of recession, 0.2%. I guess that's a little bit anemic to your taste. So what are you doing to make sure that you will see stronger numbers?
Well, 0.2% is unsatisfactory for an economy like Germany. The foresight for 2026 has been a little bit improved by the IMF in these days, up to 1.1, and 2027 up to 1.5. But that is still relying on our investments on infrastructure financed by additional debt. So this is something we are seeing as a sort of momentum, publicly financed, but not an upswing which is constantly looking into the future. We are faced with one big obstacle, and that is productivity. Productivity of the German economy is more or less low for a decade now. So we have improved that, and there are 4 obstacles in front of us in terms of costs. The one is energy, the second one is bureaucratic burdens, the third one is taxes, and the fourth one is labor costs. And we are addressing them all. It's not easy. For example, tax costs has always already been reduced by my government. We are going down to 10%, and additionally with other taxes on corporates, we will have around about 25 in Germany in 4 years' time, 5 years' time from now. That is a good number, but that is not enough. We have to reduce bureaucratic costs. We had some small successes last year, reduced bureaucratic costs for our industry last year by roughly 3 billion. But this is only a beginning. There has to be more on that. Labor costs is more or less the biggest issue. We have to reform our security system, pension, health, but also working time. The Germans are used to work only 200 hours less than, for example, Swiss companies and workers are working. We have to address that. And the energy costs, Katharina Reiche responsible for, had already been reduced fundamentally by roughly 10 billion for this year, but this is still not enough. The entire energy system has to be reformed, and we are on the way to do that, even though it's not easy. After, for example, nuclear power plants have been switched off. This is a final decision. We cannot recall that, but we have to address it. New gas power plants will be in place. So this is work in progress in Germany to make us more competitive.
So we have the Board of Peace being launched here in a few minutes, but I have two short questions to you, and then we'll let you go, Mr. Chancellor. You know, when you meet with your European counterparts or friends, do you feel that they really understand the seriousness of the implementation of the Draghi report? I do remember, I think it's now more than almost 20 years ago, we had the Lisbon process. Europe was going to be the most competitive region in the world. And we just lost competitiveness after the report. Do you think this time, is it like really serious?
Well, my impression is that my colleagues and partners in the European Council have really understood what is at stake. As I mentioned that in my speech, the world has so fundamentally changed over the last month and years that this is now really the time to move ahead and to change things. And what makes
an army vehicle met with an accident in Khani Top area of Bhaderwa, and what we know is that several of the army personnel have been injured. At least 4 army personnel killed after the vehicle accidentally plunged into the gorge in Noida of Jammu. 4 army jawans fortunately killed, 13 are injured. An army Casper vehicle met with a tragic accident on the Bhaderwa Chamba road in Jammu's Noida. The vehicle reportedly skidded off the road, plunged into a nearly 200-foot deep gorge, triggering a massive rescue operation. Visuals showing injured personnel being shifted to Bhaderwa Hospital for treatment, and while rescue teams continue efforts at the accident site to retrieve the soldiers and recover the vehicle. So that's the breaking news we have right now. We can see the visuals coming in from that area and also the visuals from the hospital. Gursimran Singh joins us live on the broadcast. Gursimran, tell us more about this unfortunate accident that has taken place in Noida.
See, it is in the Bhaderwa area of the Noida where this unfateful incident has been reported. This is today morning, roughly around 11, when the Casper of the Indian Army, which was having roughly 17 soldiers on board, that was moving on the Chamba-Bhaderwa road. But all of a sudden, it went down into a deep gorge. The gorge is somewhere around 200 feet steep, and when it went down, the locals, along with the Jammu and Kashmir police and the army that was deployed in the nearby area, they launched an operation. All 17 were taken out, but unfortunately, 4 have lost their lives so far. 3 have been evacuated via choppers to Jammu, while rest of them are being treated at the local hospital in the Noida areas, Bhaderwa. Now this unfateful incident has come. It is being said that the driver lost the control while taking a sharp turn, after which this Casper got into the deep gorge and 4 lives have been lost. They were on the operational duty. They were carrying out the regular operational duties in the area because this area has the presence of the terrorists also. So they were going for the operational duty, but all of a sudden the vehicle, the Casper of the Indian Army, went down into the gorge, in which this unfateful incident has been reported with 4 fatal casualties to the Indian Army and 13 others injured.
Right. This is, of course, a very, very unfortunate incident that has come to light from Noida. Gursimran, but tell us, because this is, we've seen such incidents happening many, many times. Unfortunately, we understand the altitudes at which the personal, travel, and there are always risks. These routes are fraught with risks. But can there be any preventive measures being taken? Have there been any preventive measures being taken so as to avoid such accidents that have been happening for quite some time?
See, over the time we have seen that the defense procurement has shifted its focus to the security of the soldiers as well, and the latest techniques and the gadgets, including the vehicles, have also Indian Army has upgraded over the time. But these are some of the incidents that came out of the movement because it was a sharp turn that the driver was taking. It is not for the first time that this Casper was flying on this very road. So it was a routine, but all of a sudden he lost the control because we know that the weather continues to be an inclement and a foul player in these areas. So there is a possibility of a slippery road conditions that prevailed in that area generally also. So that might be the reason that the driver lost the control and the vehicle went down into the gorge, and this unfateful incident has been reported. But overall, if we see, yes, we have seen major upgrades taking place when it comes to the vehicles of the Indian Army. They have also been upgraded over the time.
Right, many thanks, Gursimran, for joining us with those details coming in on that story from Noida. Viewers, the 4 army soldiers have been killed, 13 others injured as the vehicle met with an accident. And now we shift our focus to other stories, viewers. It's a super exclusive video that has been accessed by Republic TV that shows on camera the assault on terror base in Kishtwar. The Jaish-e-Mohammed terror base has been destroyed, and how you can see that on camera. It's recorded. The temporary shelter at Dhok is the one where the terrorists were hiding, and that has been destroyed by the security forces. There you can see that explosion. It's a targeted assault, and Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists were hiding in this hideout for the last couple of days. So the anti-terror operations continue. This is from Kishtwar of Jammu and Kashmir, and Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists were camping out there in that temporary shelter that was blown up by our security forces there. Visuals of the same on screens. Gursimran is back with us, getting us those details and the video. Gursimran, tell us more details about this Jaish-e-Mohammed hideout that has been destroyed now.
Yes, Rakshita, this is in the Singhpura area where the terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed, very likely the same group that was involved in the 18th of January encounter, in which one brave heart of the special forces of the Indian Army, Havaldar Gajendra Singh, made the supreme sacrifice while fighting with these terrorists, and a major terror haul was recovered from the Singhpura that includes all the eatables and belongings of the terrorists. Now the security forces got a specific tip-off, after which operation was launched and contact was established with the hiding terrorist in the Singhpura area of the Kishtwar. Now this is the video in which the place where the terrorists are hiding. This is a Dhok, a temporary structure that was being used as a base by the terrorists, and from where they tried to target the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir police soldiers as well. But in the precision strike that has been carried out, this base has been busted by the security forces. This is the one of the videos that we have been able to access from the operation site, where this Dhok has been completely decimated. What we are picking up, that the terrorists were cornered very close to this very Dhok, and they were actually using this Dhok as a shelter from the security forces, because what is that the security forces and the terrorists, they are on the steep side, that they are on the same side, so they were using this as a cover so that they can secure themselves from the security forces and then take aim at the security forces. But now this temporary Dhok, the temporary shelter that was being used as a base by the Pakistani terrorists, has once again been busted. So this is a part of a larger surveillance sweep, surveillance operations that we have seen, that the Pakistani terrorists, whatsoever they are using as their hideout be it natural caves or the man-built areas, that is Doaks also, they are being decimated by the security forces, and then they are advancing. And we have seen that the terrorists are running post to pillar since the operations have been intensified even during the snowfall that is taking place in the upper reaches, that there has been no lull in the ongoing operations.
All right, Gursimran, just on with us. We have those visuals coming in from Noida. This is the visual from the hospital where the Jawans have been shifted to. 4 Jawans have been killed. 4 of them have lost their lives, and 13 are injured as the rescue operation continues, and they are brought to the hospital. Okay, they are brought from that accident site to the hospital. You can see the stretchers there and the army chopper, rescuing them and taking them to the medical facility. Gursimran, we're getting in these live visuals coming in from Noida, and we see an army chopper also. Have all the injured Jawans been shifted to the hospital? Gursimran.
These visuals are somewhere some 30-45 minutes from the time we are speaking. All the individuals have been shifted to the Northern Command's base hospital in Udhampur. These visuals were when they were airlifted. Out of the total 17, there were 17 on board of this Casper of the Indian Army. 4 have been declared dead, the fatal casualties, while 3 have been rescued and have been airlifted to the Udhampur base hospital. Reason being that they were severely injured during this unfateful incident that has been reported in the Chamba-Bhadarwa road, and now they have been taken to the Udhampur base hospital. We are told that they are being given the advanced treatment by the officials at the Udhampur base hospital of the Indian Army, while rest of them, that includes a total of 10 soldiers, they are presently being treated at the Bhadarwa hospital.
Right. Right, those are those are the latest visuals that have come in from a while back. These are rescue operations, and they are being the Jawans are being shifted to the nearby hospital. 4 soldiers killed in Noida and Bhadarwa road mishap in Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you so much, Gursimran, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. In the meantime, we have some news coming in from Chhattisgarh Baloda Bazaar. At least 7 workers were charred to death, and several others sustained serious injuries after a powerful explosion ripped through a coal furnace at the Real Ispat steel plant in Chhattisgarh's Baloda Bazaar. The coal furnace explosion has killed 7 factory workers. This blast occurred when the furnace suddenly exploded while a group of laborers was engaged in cleaning work near the unit, exposing them to an intense surge of heat and burning coal. And several workers were severely scorched and on the spot, prompting emergency rescue efforts and the rushed evacuation of the injured to the nearby hospital. You can see those visuals coming in. They can see huge plumes of smoke billowing from that side. 7 have been killed. Explosion ripping through the coal furnace in Chhattisgarh. 7 have been charred to death in this, and many have been injured. That's what we are getting in right now from the deadly blast at this steel plant in Chhattisgarh. This is the Real Ispat steel plant in Chhattisgarh's Baloda Bazaar. And what happened was that the blast occurred when the furnace exploded, and a group of laborers were cleaning the area near that unit, near the furnace, and it exposed them to that intense surge of heat and burning coal. 7 charged to death, severely scorched on the spot. And viewers, a 30,000 crore inheritance battle of the Kapoor family now has seen several developments in the past 24 hours. Now, in the latest, there is a case that has been filed by Rani Kapoor, the mother of Sanjay Kapoor, against Priya Sachdev, the widow of late Sanjay Kapoor, calling her the chief conspirator, accusing her of being the chief conspirator, of the chief mastermind of what has happened. Now, Rani Kapoor seeks to scrap the Rani Kapoor family trust, alleging it was fraudulently created through forgery and manipulation by her late son and his 3rd wife, Priya Sachdev Kapoor. And in a fresh civil suit filed before the High Court, Rani Kapoor has challenged the very validity of the trust. Meanwhile, we have exclusive visuals of Priya Sachdev from inside the Patiala House Court when Republic posed several questions to her. Watch how she dodged them all. We can play out that visual where my colleague Riyanka has posed those questions to Priya Sachdev. Take a look.
Priya, do you have to say anything about Rani Kapoor filing a suit against you?
You have to say something.
Anything about Rani Kapoor you want to say?
Allegations clearly that
There are allegations of conspiracy. Anything you want to say about it?
And in fact, taken away all the weapons.
Yeah, do you want to? What's your response?
Suit has been filed before the Delhi High Court regarding
There's a suit of conspiracy that has been filed against you. Do you want to say anything about it?
It's all a concocted theory. There's nothing, no truth in that. We will see that we contest that in court. And today,
Rani Kapoor is calling to dissolve the family trust. Do you have to say anything on it?
So what have your allegations?
Any response?
There are multiple allegations. We have given
Priya,
evidence.
any response?
Have appeared today. We have given evidence. Now the court has issued notice to Mandra and the other accused for 12th of March.
Priya, Mandira has denied your claims.
Sir. हम लोग तो महीने से फाइल
Priya, Mandira has denied your claims.
कर देंगे.
Priya, do you have to say anything about Rani Kapoor filing a suit against you?
You have to say something.
Anything about Rani Kapoor you want to say?
Allegations clearly that
There are allegations of conspiracy. Anything you want to say about it?
And in fact, taken away all the weapons.
Yeah, do you want to? What's your response?
Suit has been filed before the Delhi High Court regarding
There's a suit of conspiracy that has been filed against you. Do you want to say anything about it?
It's all a concocted theory. There's nothing, no truth in that. We will see that we contest that in court. And today,
Rani Kapoor is calling to dissolve the family trust. Do you have to say anything on it?
So what have your allegations?
Any response?
There are multiple allegations. We have given
Priya,
evidence.
any response?
Have appeared today. We have given evidence. Now the court has issued notice to Mandra and the other accused for 12th of March.
Priya, Mandira has denied your claims.
Sir. हम लोग तो महीने से फाइल
Priya, Mandira has denied your claims.
कर देंगे.
There has been a major turnaround from the White House. President Donald Trump of the United States has now dropped the idea, it seems, of leveling those tariffs against the European nations. In fact, what we understand is that this is somewhat a sign of easing out of tensions between US and Europe. We get you more on this report.
Big relief for Europe. US President Donald Trump drops his tariff threat after talks with NATO and announces a framework deal on Greenland.
It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired. There's nothing wrong with it.
The standoff is over. No trade war, at least for now. Earlier this week, Donald Trump had warned that he would impose tariffs of up to 25% on 8 European countries unless they agreed to US terms regarding Greenland. The tariffs were scheduled to take effect in February. From Davos, the US president announced a framework agreement, saying that there is no final deal yet, but talks are moving forward.
All we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where if there is a war, much of the action will take place on that piece of ice. Think of it. Those missiles would be flying right over the center of that piece of ice.
Furthermore, Donald Trump ruled out the use of military force to seize the territory, which was a point of concern among European partners.
People thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them.
Trump's earlier comments had strained relations with Denmark, of which Greenland is an autonomous territory, as well as with the European Union. The European Parliament even suspended ratification of a US-EU trade agreement in response to US threats. Reports say talks with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte help pave the way for the new framework, which focuses on cooperation in the Arctic region rather than territorial transfer. Financial markets reacted positively to Trump's reversal of threatened tariffs and the announcement of the framework. For now, pressure is off, talks are on, and diplomacy back in play. Trump steps back from tariffs and puts the Greenland issue on a diplomatic track.
Time for a very, very short break. We bring you the last video of the Noida techie who drowned to death in Sector 150. This is another proof of negligence. It's on camera. We'll get you more on that. Stay tuned.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
At Amity University's 2-week summer school, students of classes 9 to 12 get to explore future undergraduate programs as per their interest from over 30 disciplines. Students attend lectures by Amity University faculty, gain experience at over 400 labs and learning studios, and attend personality enhancement workshops. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. A top story, the probe continues into the death of the Noida techie. A video has emerged showing his last moments and raising many questions. All this and much more coming right up, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Last video of techie Yuvraj Mehta accessed by Republic. Firefighter seen absolutely clueless while Yuvraj was struggling. Shankaracharya controversy gets bigger. Second notice issued to self-styled godman.
स्पष्ट करना पड़ेगा कि किस कारण से दिया था कि अब ले रहे हैं। आखिर देते समय अकल कहीं घास चरने गई थी।
Yogi government issues ultimatum to self-styled godmen. Avi Muktesh Anand. Lifetime ban on Sia from Magh Mela likely to be imposed. US Aviation Safety Group report claims Air India Boeing 787 suffered repeated technical and electrical failures. Boeing to consult India's AAIB. Captain Sabarimala's father speaks to Republic, appeals to Government of India, saying family being harassed despite cover-up.
Allegations of conspiracy, anything you want to say about it? Rani Kapoor is calling to dissolve the family trust. Do you have to say anything on it? Priya, any response?
Republic confronts Priya Sachdeva amid Sanjay Kapoor legacy battle. She dodges our mics and goes silent. And 4 army personnel killed, 13 injured after army vehicle plunges into a gorge in Jammu and Kashmir's Noida. Viewers, we're getting some breaking news coming in. There's a series of cover-ups now which have come out in the open. After Noida techie drowning, we are seeing that there's a video we showed a short while back. And this video shows how they let him die. But builders have been arrested. 2 more builders arrested, viewers. No action taken on those responsible. Video shows how they let him die, viewers. We've got that video. And there are many questions which are being raised. The last video shows how the Noida techie Yuvraj was allowed to die. So the question that is being raised about what were those cover-ups which led to the death of the techie, and the video shows how they let him die, viewers. All right, let's go straight to my colleague Shivam is joining us live. Shivam, coming across to you right now. Shivam, you know, Republic TV has accessed a video which shows the last moments of Yuvraj, a techie who died. However, we understand that there are more people who are responsible for this and there are more questions which are being raised. Yes.
Yeah, definitely, Shivangi. I'm at the location right now. Yeah, I'm at that exact place where this incident happened, and this is the exact location behind me. As you can see, there is a lot of water. Still, there is a lot of water. Now, when it was already clear that this place is risky, there should have been barricades. Right now, there are barricades, and just imagine a foggy weather and the night time and no visibility, no reflectors, no nothing. And this exactly is the location. So be very careful looking towards the location. And as you can see behind me, many people are coming and they want to have a look what exactly the location is. Exactly. A car must have been at a very high speed also, what I can say, because behind me is the road. I'll quickly rotate my camera and show you. This is the road from which the car came, and it came at a very high speed. Now, the problem which really arises, the question which really arises here, because were the authorities not aware of this location could have been solved. And that we have also shown here, shows exactly that he was very close. He could have been approached. There could have been somewhere the authorities, the rescuers, they could have approached him. There was also a delivery agent to go and rescue him. There's one story on that also. But exactly this was the job of the rescuers, the police team that was there, the disaster relief fund, those near this location. He was very much reachable. Jumped inside the water. Now what they say, in the video they are saying, "Beta, please hold on, son, please hold on. We are trying to get other team members who can help you in the rescue. We can get you another vehicle. We'll try to find another vehicle." So he was there, and the time was pretty critical. And in those moments, one life could have been saved. Now imagine that boy, that man, the techie, the 27-year-old Yuvraj Mehta. He was in this location, constantly calling his father. One can imagine the plight, the condition of his father also, and his condition also. He could have been saved. It was not that death was imminent. He could have been saved. Moving very closer to the location. This exactly. Behind me, it's water. There is a nala, there is a drain, as you can see here. There is a drain just beneath my feet. This exactly is the location. Now, this is the location where the truck entered the pond. Now, this also exposes the corruption, because Republic TV exposed the facts. We We told how this plot was supposed to be given to only one builder, and that builder, for making a profit, for making good lot profit, sold the entire land in multiple portions. Sold that as many plots to many builders, to many locations. This was supposed to be a mall, and it has become a pond, and this is criminal negligence by the authorities. Now, the government surely has taken action, but the question arises, why was this criminal negligence happening at the first place? Because reflectors should have been in place. Authorities very well understand that it's foggy weather. There's always a threat, there's always a risk to the drivers. Just imagine if you are driving early morning or during night time, this is the road from which the traffic will come. And imagine there are no barricades and you're driving at around 60, 80, imagine 80 or 100, something like that, even slower. How can you predict that there is going to be...
Shivam, hold on for a second there. We are talking about this video which is on our screens. And in that video, let's play that out, where you see that Yuvraj is using his mobile phone to signal rescuers for over 2 hours. Let's play out that video.
बहुत अच्छे दोस्त
अपने आप को सेफ रखते हुए चल कोशिश तो कर कैसे
झाड़ियों में फंस रहा ना आदमी पैर ही नहीं चल रहा
क्या कह रहा है क्या बेटा ज्यादा ये बहुत गहरा पानी पैर भी ना आ रहे और इससे ये पीछे फ्लो कर रहा है मुझे अच्छा आगे नहीं जाने दे रही जाके रस्सी फेंको जरा यहाँ तो फेंको कोशिश करो नहीं से जाएगी जाएगी बेटा रुक जाओ एक गाड़ी और मैंने मंगाई है शांत रहना उसी जगह पे रहना
बहुत अच्छे दोस्त
अपने आप को सेफ रखते हुए अरे पानी चल कोशिश तो कर खींचो मुझे खींचो कैसे
झाड़ियों में फंस रहा ना आदमी पैर ही नहीं चल रहा
क्या कह रहा है क्या बेटा ज्यादा ये बहुत गहरा पानी पैर भी ना आ रहे और इससे ये पीछे फ्लो कर रहा है मुझे अच्छा आगे नहीं जाने दे रही जाके रस्सी फेंको जरा यहाँ तो फेंको कोशिश करो
बहुत अच्छे दोस्त
अपने आप को सेफ रखते हुए अरे पानी चल कोशिश तो कर खींचो मुझे खींचो कैसे
झाड़ियों में फंस रहा ना आदमी पैर ही नहीं चल रहा
क्या कह रहा है क्या बेटा ज्यादा ये बहुत गहरा पानी पैर भी ना आ रहे और इससे ये पीछे फ्लो कर रहा है मुझे अच्छा आगे नहीं जाने दे रही जाके रस्सी फेंको जरा यहाँ तो फेंको कोशिश करो
All right, okay, so we have put on that video for you viewers, a video that showed, this shows that what really happened. Yuvraj, who drowned after his car fell into an open drain, shows the critical delays and apparent confusion among firefighters and rescuers at the scene. In the footage, rescuers are heard asking Yuvraj about the depth of the water and telling him to wait as they had called for another vehicle while he's seen flashing his mobile phone torch from inside that car. The video has raised serious questions and concerns about the preparedness and response time of emergency services, with visuals indicating that crucial minutes were lost before rescuers could reach him. And viewers, getting some updates coming in. 10 army jawans were killed, several injured after an army vehicle plunged into a gorge in Jammu and Kashmir's Noida. This is a very unfortunate incident which is coming from Noida, where we see that there is an update coming in, and 10 army personnel are dead after the vehicle fell into a deep gorge in Jammu and Kashmir's Noida. And we are also getting a reaction coming in from the office of LG Jammu and Kashmir, deeply saddened at the loss of lives of 10 of our brave Indian Army soldiers in an unfortunate road accident in Noida. We will always remember the outstanding service and supreme sacrifice of our brave soldiers. My deepest condolences to the grieving families. Okay, let's go across to Gursimran, who's joining us live. Gursimran, there's a statement out from the office of LG Jammu and Kashmir where he's saying they're deeply saddened by the loss of lives of 10 of our brave Indian Army soldiers in that unfortunate road accident in Noida. Gursimran.
Yes, it was today afternoon when the Indian Army Kishtwar was moving from the Bhadarwah-Chamba road. It was on operational duty when this unfateful incident was reported. It was in the Khani top, it is in the upper reaches of the Bhadarwah where the incident has been reported. Soon after the incident, the locals along with the Jammu and Kashmir police and the Indian Army troops that have been deployed in the area, they launched the rescue operation, and all 20 that were part of this Kishtwar that was going on an operational duty, they were retrieved. However, 10 were brought dead to the hospital in Bhadarwah, while 10 others have been airlifted to the command hospital of the Indian Army in Udhampur. This unfateful incident has taken place, what we are being told, primarily due to loss of the control of the driver over the vehicle. It is too prima facie to go into the details that what led to this incident, but prima facie it seems that the driver lost the control over the vehicle and vehicle went down into a deep gorge. The gorge is somewhere around 200 meters deep. So when it rolled down into it, there were severe injuries to many of the soldiers, out of which seven they lost their life initially, and 3 when they were brought to hospital, they were also declared dead. So total number of casualties have now mounted to 10. While 10 others need immediate advanced treatment, and that's why using the choppers of the Indian Army, they were airlifted to the command hospital of the Indian Army in Udhampur. But LG Manoj Sinha, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, they all have shown their condolences to this unfortunate incident that have taken place. As a precautionary measure, if we speak, there has been several diversions that have been put in place, and the traffic on that very stretch that is said to be a tricky one, that has been halted for the time while the rescue operations have been completed.
All right. Well, thank you, Goswami, for getting us all those details. I have to move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking here. A Meitei man was allegedly kidnapped and feared killed by armed miscreants in Manipur's Churachandpur district on Wednesday evening. Now, the man has been identified as Rishikanta. A Meitei man, also known by his tribal name, he was a husband of Chingdu. According to available information, Rishikanta was abducted around 6:30 p.m. on Jan 21st from the Toibung area. This is in Churachandpur district, while staying at his wife's residence. The abductors are suspected to be members of the United Kuki National Army, and the armed miscreants reportedly took both the husband and his Kuki wife towards the Natjang area in Churachandpur. While the wife was later released, Rishikanta is suspected to have been eliminated by the abductors. These are some visuals that are on your screen. These are disturbing visuals showing you that unfortunate incident where the Meitei man was allegedly kidnapped and feared killed by armed miscreants in Manipur's Churachandpur district. The man has been identified as Rishikanta. Okay, we're being joined by our reporter Linthoi, joining us live. Linthoi, you know, this is a very unfortunate incident which has come in, and the Manipur youth was shot dead by miscreants. What are the latest that we're learning of?
So according to the family, that particular lady who claimed to be the wife of the deceased is not the wife. She is actually, they are in a love affairs with that guy. So the guy actually work in Nepal as a technical engineer, and the family doesn't have any idea whether when the guy came back to Manipur. So they don't have any idea when he went to Churachandpur and met with the lady over there in Churachandpur. And here a JAC has been formed, and they have been demanding to hand over the case to the NIA and has a memorandum. They handed a memorandum to the DC of this Kaching district to Manipur governor, and they are demanding that to hand over the case to NIA, and before they will not receive the body until and unless they hand over the NIA to the NIA.
Yes, yes, Linthoi. Linthoi is reporting for us. And Linthoi, we also got some information a short while back that there were some protests. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, actually, right now the protest is going on right here. So the family claims that the guy does not, he's not getting married with that lady, and they are only in the love affairs with that lady. So the family also doesn't have any idea whether the guy came back. When did he come back, and when did he visited Churachandpur and all? So they don't have any idea about the incident. And yesterday at around today at around 2 a.m.
Yes. Linthoy, you're at Churachandpur district. That's where this incident took place. If you could just show our viewers what is happening around. Yes, we can see that. Could you just describe to our viewers these pictures that we are seeing live from your frame?
So they are protesting, condemning the incident, brutal killing of M. Rishikanta yesterday. And the family got the report at around 2 a.m. on January 22nd. And the incident took place on January 21st, 6:30 p.m. While the local MLA K. Ranjit has also visited the incident, and he is giving a short briefing, and he is now having a conversation with the GAC too.
Okay, so we are getting pictures coming in, the exclusive pictures coming in on Republic, and these are from Churachandpur district, where this incident has taken place. With folded hands, we saw Rishikanta kept begging for his life, and moments later we saw miscreants shot him point blank. Linthoy, what is happening there? We are seeing more pictures coming in. Many have gathered.
Yeah, actually, the district, the constituency, local MLA has visited the area. So let me take a moment to talk with the local MLA.
So anyway, this is very unfortunate. As long as armed group in the hill area are allowed to move freely without any restriction, this crisis will not end. This is number one. If the government of India want to resolve this crisis, it is nothing. It can done within a week. A strong military crackdown in the hill area and the taking away illegal arms and the illegal groups, then it can solve easily. But this is not done. The armed group are allowed to operate freely. What is the hidden agenda by the India government? Under the India government, I want to know, and I want to ask one question. The India government, the central government must answer this question clearly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So the demands of the JAC are not to receive the body until and unless the case has been handed over to the NIA within a short period of time.
Okay, Linthoy, the police have confirmed that incident and the recovery of the body. A police official has told Republic, Linthoy, saying that the victim had been staying in the area for the past 1 month, and security agencies have launched an investigation into the case. Linthoy, I'm staying with you. So the police have confirmed the incident and the recovery of the body. Also, the updates we're getting for our viewers is that this Metai man was staying in that area for 1 month, and he had gone to meet his kooky wife, who was later released by these miscreants.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the family claimed that, family claimed that Chongpi Haukip is not the wife of the particular guy, M. Rishikanta. So they are in a love affairs. So let me take a bite from this, from his family.
Right. Okay. We are getting pictures coming in, and it looks like many. All right. Okay. Okay. Linthoy. Stay on with us, Linthoy. I will come back to you. Exclusive pictures coming in from Churachandpur in Manipur, viewers. And this is coming. Okay. Linthoy, you can go ahead and speak to those who have come out to mourn the loss.
Okay. Yeah, so. Hogdoksi kamaina thokibano. Sorry for our local language because she is not, usually in English and Hindi, so I'll translate whatever she says. Hogdoksi kamaina thokibano. Aduga pung kya taba dwaida pause lakibano. Aduga
Facebook ta hangalakpada pung tara baita dum khangnare hai bu ai magna khangdasi baro da yo one pa.
Okay. She came to know about the incident at around 12 a.m. while people across the Imphal city came to know about the incident at around 10 p.m. as the video has been circulated in the Facebook at that time. Haziki nupi siga hariba nupi se siga risikanta ga kari mari leina boy de.
Pakhang lechabi begi khara khangna ba ma adu yam kana mari leina tinate.
And she does not have any idea about the relationship of that particular girl with the deceased guy. Okay, let me go to this AC and we'll speak further about their demand.
DSC.
All right.
GSC. Okay, well, we'll come back once the GSC is back. Right now, the local residents has blocked the road, blocked the path which goes towards the Kuxing district, Kuxing town. So this is the visuals of that, how they block the road, and security personnel are present over here to control any untoward incident. Okay, let me speak to the DAC. English like life kini. Republic TV kini. Okay, I think. Okay, the current demand of the DAC is to, they demand that the security person to conduct a combing operation at the area where Risikanta was dead, and they also demanded to give justice for Risikanta, while they also condemned the brutal killing of M. Risikanta and to punish those, involved persons in this heinous acts.
All right. Well, thank you, Lintoy, for getting us those live pictures. Exclusive on Republic TV protest condemning the killing of the Meitei man. The investigation in this case has been launched. And viewers, a chilling murder caught on CCTV has shaken the national capital on Wednesday night in Delhi's Mangalpuri area. 25-year-old man was chased. He was cornered and stabbed to death by 4 youth, all of it captured on camera. Here's a full report.
These chilling CCTV visuals show the brutal stabbing of Akash, a 25-year-old resident of Mangalpuri. He's seen running for his life, chased by 4 youths armed with knives through a narrow lane in Mangalpuri. Akash desperately tries to enter a nearby house for safety, but the door is shut. Seconds later, the attackers catch hold of him and begin brutally stabbing him multiple times in full public view. After the assault, the attackers flee the spot. Akash is seen lying motionless on the ground, bleeding heavily. He was rushed to hospital but was declared dead on arrival. Police say multiple teams have been formed and CCTV footage is now being scanned. The Delhi police say the suspects have been identified and raids are underway. The motive behind the murder is still being investigated.
And viewers, much more coming up on the side. We will continue to be live and breaking. US Aviation Group report claims Air India, Boeing 787 suffered repeated technical and electrical failures. Boeing to consult India's AAIB. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
शंकराचार्य प्योर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
शंकराचार्य प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's get started with the top stories that we have been tracking for you today. Methi man kidnapped and killed by armed miscreants in Manipur's Churachandpur district. Ten army jawans killed, several injured after army vehicle plunges into gorge in Jammu Kashmir's Noida. Last video of techie Yuvraj Mehta accessed by Republic. Firefighters seen absolutely clueless while Yuvraj was seen struggling.
स्पष्ट करना पड़ेगा कि किस कारण से दिया था कि अब ले रहे हैं। आखिर देते समय अकल कहीं घास चरने गई थी।
Yogi government issues ultimatum to Swami Avimukteswarananda's lifetime ban on seer from Magh Mela likely to be imposed. Captain Sabarimala's father speaks to Republic, appeals to Government of India, saying family being harassed despite a cover-up. US Aviation Safety Group report claims Air India Boeing 787 suffered repeated technical and electrical failures. Boeing to consult India's AAIB.
Conspiracy, anything you want to say about it? Rani Kapoor is calling to dissolve the family trust. Do you have to say anything on it? Priya, any response?
Republic confronts Priya Sachdev amid Sanjay Kapoor legacy battle. She dodges our mic, goes silent. Now, viewers, in the latest, as far as the Boeing 787 crash, the Air India crash is concerned, a US report has now said that there were multiple issues with the aircraft. US-based Aviation Safety Advocacy Group alleges that the Air India Boeing 787 that crashed in Ahmedabad last year had a long history of technical problems, claiming safety concerns linked to the aircraft type are being downplayed globally. So there is a cover-up that it clearly points to. It is a US report. Now, the Foundation for Aviation Safety says this is group, this is an American Aviation Safety Advocacy Group. It says that it submitted a presentation to the US Senate asserting that the aircraft experienced system failures from its first day of service in 2014, including electrical, software and wiring faults, power losses and overheating components. The FAS cited analysis of more than 2,000 Boeing 787 system failure reports and pointed to specific incidents such as a power panel fire in January 2022 and landing gear system faults in April 2022. That was years before this incident happened. That is 3 years before this incident happened. In fact, Boeing, responding to the claim, says that it would defer to India's Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau in line with international investigation protocols.
Raj Sabarwal, father of late Captain Sumit Sabarwal, express my sincere gratitude to Captain Randhawa and the Federation of Indian Pilots for standing with our family with dignity and professionalism in our pursuit of truth and fairness. While we continue to grieve, we have faced repeated distress in the name of inquiry. I am constrained to state that AIB for persistently attempted to call the youngest pilots of our family for questioning despite their having no connection whatsoever with the case. This has caused unnecessary trauma and most to harassment of a bereaved family. I appeal to the Government of India to take urgent cognizance of this. An accident investigation must be independent, evidence-led, and are conducted with sensitivity, not through pressure or intimidation. It is for these reasons that we were compelled to approach the Honorable Supreme Court for protection and due process. My son, Captain Sumit Sabarimala, was a thorough professional and a man of integrity. He had a spotless flying career during his service for more than 25 years. And any attempt to prejudge the outcome or threaten blame without complete technical evidence is unjust and contrary to the principle of natural justice and aviation safety. Our only request is for fair, transparent, and impartial investigation free from prejudice and victimization.
And there's another proof of negligence as far as the Noida techie's death is concerned. This is about the Noida engineer who drowned to death in Sector 150. And viewers, now there is a clinching proof of how the firefighters, whose job was to rescue Yuvraj Mehta, they in fact were completely clueless. Take a look at this video.
बहुत अच्छे दोस्त
अपने आप को सेफ रखते हुए अरे पानी क्या कोशिश तो कर ना खींचो मुझे आगे खींचो कैसे
झाड़ियों में फंस रहा ना आदमी पैर ही नहीं चल रहा
क्या कह रहा है क्या बेटा ज्यादा ये बहुत गहरा पानी पैर भी ना आ रहे और इससे ये पीछे फ्लो कर रहा है मुझे अच्छा आगे नहीं जाने दे रही रस्सी फेंको जरा यहाँ तो फेंको कोशिश करो.
And now we quickly shift our focus to Davos, where Trump is shortly going to unveil the Board of Peace, as he has been very excited about this for quite some time. There have been a lot of rejections for the Board of Peace, and some of the leaders are ready to join in. So the preparations are there. You can see this is Trump that is going to unveil the Board of Peace and meet Zelensky in Davos very soon.
The Special Envoy to the United States for the United Arab Emirates. The President of the Republic of Uzbekistan.
The Prime Minister of Mongolia.
The foreign ministers of Pakistan, Egypt, Jordan, UAE, Indonesia, Turkey, Saudi Arabia and Qatar had said that they would be joining the Trump-led board in a joint statement, and you can see that the announcement will be made very, very soon. The charter will be laid out by the President of the United States of America, and this is Trump's Board of Peace, and in fact, before a signing ceremony,
the President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Well, this is a very exciting day, long in the making, and many countries have just received their notice, and everybody wants to be a part of it, and we'll work with many others, including the United Nations. But I want to thank you all for being here. Yesterday, we had an incredibly successful visit with many of the world's top business leaders, the best, the biggest, most successful, and foreign heads of state. And now we have one of the most important meetings of all, the official formation of what is known as the Board of Peace. I want to thank the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, and their extraordinary work. I mean, they have done an amazing job. We have peace in the Middle East. Nobody thought that was possible. We've settled 8 wars, and I believe another one's coming pretty soon. You know what that is? The one that I thought was going to be an easy one has turned out to be probably the most difficult. Last month, 29,000 people died, mostly soldiers, in Ukraine, Russia. Think of that, 29,000, 27,000 in the month before, 26,000 in the month before that. It's terrible. But we have meetings and we think we're making a lot of progress. Thanks as well to Secretary Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, and Chris Wright, U.S. Trade Representative, Jamieson Greer. They're all doing such an incredible job. Ambassador Callista Gingrich, who is here, doing a fantastic, really fantastic work. Thank you, Callista. And many other members of my administration who are so committed to peace, and they're also committed to great success. Very importantly, let me recognize the very first group of distinguished members of the Board of Peace. They will be introduced by name in just a moment. Caroline will be doing that introduction. And to each and every one of you, we are truly honored by your presence today. Leaders of countries, in most cases, very popular leaders. In some cases, not so popular, but that's the way it goes in life. Thanks as well to President Karol Nawrocki of Poland, who's a fantastic man. He just won a very big election. I'm very proud of him. Amazing. Along with former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Tony Blair. Thank you, Tony, for being here. We appreciate it. And members of the Board of Peace Executive Board, great group. This week marks the 1-year anniversary of my second inauguration as president. No administration in history has achieved such a sweeping turnaround in 12 months' time at home and abroad. We have a tremendous mandate. We won the popular vote by millions. We won every swing state, the 7. They were saying, can he win all 7? Is it possible? Because it's not done. And we won all 7. We have a great mandate back at home. As I said yesterday, the U.S. economy is booming with virtually no inflation. It was 1.2% for the last 3 months. And we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. And we have economic growth now of 5.4%, looks like. And I think that number can double and triple if we do the right things. And if we change thinking so that if you announce good numbers, the markets go up, instead of if you announce good numbers, the market goes down because everybody tries to kill it by lowering or raising interest rates depending on the situation. When America booms, the entire world booms. And we have secured commitments for over $18 trillion in new investment coming into our country, which is a record by many times over, not just by a little bit, by many times. There's no country ever in history that's gotten anywhere near that number. Slashed our trade deficit by 77%. This is in 1 year. Yesterday was 1 year. And signed historic trade deals with nations from all over the globe. Today, the world is richer, safer, and much more peaceful than it was just 1 year ago. We put out all those fires. A lot of people didn't know, including me, that some of those wars were going on. And some of them were going on for, in one case, 32 years, in another case, 35 years, and another one, 37 years. We were very happy to stop the war that had started with India and Pakistan, two nuclear nations. And I was very honored when the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 10 and maybe 20 million lives by getting that stopped just before bad things were going to happen. As president, I ended those 8 wars in 9 months, including Cambodia and Thailand. And by the way, many of the leaders are here. Kosovo and Serbia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia. We're working on that right now. I met yesterday with a very good general and a very good leader of Egypt. We're working on a dam that was built which precludes the Nile River from getting water. It's a little tough situation, but we'll get that settled. I really had it just about settled in my first term, and then we had a rigged election. Took me out of commission for a little while, but here I am back. We'll get it settled. But it's a pretty tough situation. A dam was built, and the water doesn't come down to the Nile. When I think of Egypt, I think of the Nile, but I think of the Nile with water in it. Armenia and Azerbaijan, who, I mean, a lot of these leaders have become my friends. They become my friends. They're here. And, of course, the war in Gaza, which is really coming to an end. We have little fires that we'll put out, but they're little. They were giant, massive fires, and now they're down to little fires. We can put them out very easily. We have 59 countries that are involved in peace in the Middle East. Many of them not in the Middle East. They're near the Middle East, but they're not in the Middle East. And many have said that if Hamas doesn't do what they promised they would do, and I think they probably will, but they were born with rifles in their hands. They were literally born. The first day they had a rifle put into their hands, but they have to give up their weapons. And if they don't do that, it's going to be the end of them. But many countries have told me we want to go in and do it, and they really aren't countries that you traditionally think of as being involved in that. But that's a fire. Hezbollah in Lebanon, we have to do something about that. But these are, I call them remnants. They're small remnants compared to what it was before. It was massive, large, powerful countries fighting each other. In another great victory for the ultimate goal of peace in June, we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity with Operation, we call it Operation Midnight Hammer. And it was midnight, it was dark, no moon, and every single one of those bombs from the B-2 bombers hit the air shafts and went deep into the earth and totally obliterated everything that they were doing. They were 2 months away from having a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And Iran does want to talk, and we'll talk. We've also hit ISIS in Syria, and very strongly, as you know. In my first administration, I took out al-Baghdadi, the founder of ISIS, and he was trying to start it up again because due to the tremendous talent of General Raisin Kane, as I call him, he wiped out ISIS in a period of 3 weeks in my first term. You know, we had a great first term, but the second term is, I think, blowing it away, actually. But we took out ISIS, and we hit, it was gone, but during the Biden administration, it formed again a little bit. We hit it very hard in Syria. And Syria, by the way, I spoke with the president, is making a lot of progress, tremendous progress, actually. We're very happy about that. We took off all sanctions, which gives them a chance to breathe. And he is working very, very hard, and I think he's going to put it all together. So many things are happening, many good things. Threats to Europe and America, the Middle East, and other places are really calming down. It's a lot different than it was just 1 year ago. Just 1 year ago, the world was actually on fire. A lot of people didn't know it. And in Nigeria, we're annihilating terrorists who are killing Christians. We've hit them very hard. They've killed thousands and thousands of Christians. What's that all about? Much of this unprecedented success is possible because I rebuilt our military in my first term, and now we're making it even stronger. We have a budget of over $1 trillion this year, and next year we're going to $1.5 trillion. Our country's never done better economically. We're taking in numbers that we've never taken in, not only the fact that the investment is at 18 trillion plus, but our jobs numbers, everything is, I think, maybe better than ever before. I think you're going to see and a lot of you are investing in our country. I think you're going to be extremely happy with your investments. I think you'll see numbers like you haven't seen before. I also secured commitments from virtually all NATO allies to increase their defense spending to 5% of GDP. Everybody but Spain. I don't know what's happening with Spain. Why would they not do that? They want a free ride, I guess, huh? Every country but Spain increased to 5%. I don't know why.